All right, let's go live. All right. Alrighty, are we live? Cause we gotta fix this screen. I downgraded. Alright, I'm out of breath. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta fix the screen. I gotta come down from 4K to 2K, so the screen is set up for 4K. We gotta change it.
Alrighty, everybody. Minister Brother Derrick here. I just want to see this real quick. It's 4:39. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's just go ahead and get this. Stop and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. That's why you wait. Jesus put an offer on the table. And everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone. If you believe me, you don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down on drugs. The rich road the devil's already won. So why are you thinking of that gun? If this word is actually the fake, why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you, he fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. It is you. I'm trying to read through this song that I come forth when Jesus comes back. Only God knows. Are you ready? Or are you set heaven? Are you ready? Or are you set heaven? You won't be if you follow me. Oh God, what can I say about you? You still love my sentence and you offer your grace for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of my life for sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door to a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool to the Lord demons. I know that it's not you who deal with me, but I'm not with my soul in the hands of the sick, but a wicked devil who wake up for trouble. For my desires of ice and for riches, paradise. I live with no pain, no stress. You gave me the weight, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, and the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Stop resisting. It's a new day. That's how you wait. Are you ready, or are you sitting heavy? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. That's how you wait. Minister, Brother Derrick. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone.
All right, so that's the microphone.
I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I did.
Come on with it then. Come on.
Yes, it is.
Let me fix these here. Stretch the screen. Hey, there I am.
We are considered weak. We are considered strong. We are considered dumb. For believing in the book. But yet, these whatever the moral. And you see what the road is going to be. We get no credit. So, this is what goes to swapping. Swapping. Swapping on the key. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So my Savior nigga Jesus like an extension cord. I walk about a rock that's wrong with my name. This is a book of life. Let my light shine.
Let it broadcast worldwide.
I let Jesus be my
Hey,
guide.
Liz.
That we live another day. I can take
Father.
I remain devout, but it feels like I'm missing out. Most of the people that I meet who lie, stealing, cheating, and
All right, where am I at?
like me, all time spent struggling. We should be the other way around. I'm not complaining, but how can you tell someone
There I am.
living it up
Hey.
and giving it up when they're approaching high? Doing right is a headache. That's got to be a better approach to take. You know what I'm around. Please, Jesus, say this. I know who to follow me. I'm not debating but what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle.
Hey.
But God is winning the war. Everything I did in the fools on the war.
All right, I made a mistake.
Like a snitch in court. I walk around the stripe of the song and my name is in the book of life. Let the light shine.
Let it broadcast worldwide.
I let Jesus be my guide, and if he let me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people today.
Hey.
Stop being selfish, stop standing, come to God,
And start winning.
I roll with the Lord, in control, in the heaven is my hope, this earth is the first level. I help my soul man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, he's a liar, he's a keeping.
Away from my God.
There's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy line, so I need the word of God as my force.
My resource.
Becoming and being through the negativity that's around me. The devil has a battle on my
Hey.
head. Sometimes I dread coming outdoors. I feel like I've been back before. But it's okay to devil can play his mind game. But he can't hurt me right now. That's the word thing. He tries to distract me, physically.
All right. Y'all see it's at 4K. We got to bring it back to 2K. There we go. Hey.
Every day I dance before the Lord, so I take it as deep like an extension cord. I welcome all the strength of my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine.
Let it broadcast worldwide.
I let Jesus be my God, and if he let me live another day, I can take it.
All right, we got the chat.
Stop being selfish, stop sinning. Come to God and start winning.
Stop being selfish and stop sinning.
Brother Derrick.
Come to God and start winning.
Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick Show, and I am Minister Brother Derrick. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. With all you have need us.
All right, we got our timestamp on.
I love you,
I
Jesus.
love you, Jesus.
Let the devil deceive us.
All right, let's pick the chat.
Can't get enough.
I love my Jesus.
But people say to keep it real. Here's the deal, if you're not saved,
But see, I love you,
you're not
Jesus.
born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last.
I love you,
It will
Jesus.
reduce to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not.
I love you,
Your soul will live
Jesus.
forever, so you better
All right.
realize
It's at 4K. We got to bring it down. I love you, Jesus. All right, that's the chat.
The pits of hell, where they
I love you, Jesus.
not for a moment of peace, but agony and crying.
I love you,
Someone in the
Jesus.
background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal.
I love you,
Baby, burn. Why did it burn, though? But certainly, though, this will happen. If Jesus comes back,
I love you, Jesus.
no one knows the time and date. But if you follow the word, it won't matter
I
anyway.
love you,
Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick Let's get it. Welcome to the Sunday sermon, everyone. This is.
Ooh, hey, that's for the break. Ooh. Stop it right there. Yeah. Hey, y'all, welcome to the show. We are back. Sorry for the delays. We usually had the animations play, but I told you. We downgraded from 4K to 2K. And guess what? The reason why I went full 4K was we were downsampling from 4K to 2K. And that makes the computer work harder than just doing it straight out. Unbeknownst to me, we had something highlighted. And they let me show it to you. If you look right here, see where it say rescale output? We had it rescaling. This is streaming. This is our streaming setting. This is recording. That's audio. That's replay buffer. But this is streaming. Well, y'all can't see this. Hold on. You don't know what I'm talking about. Wait a minute. Let me show you. Hold on a sec. Hit cancel. Go back to Windows Media. All right, now let's go back in. I'll show you what I was talking about. See, this says streaming. See at the top? Right here where it says rescale output. Rescale means no matter what we start recording at, it'll rescale it to whatever video resolution I want. It's the same thing as downsampling. Just a different word. I didn't realize that was highlighted. But if you look, take a little flashlight or something, put it there, you'll see it says 2560 by 1440. So though I had our base and then I had our final resolution as 4K. It was downscaling it or rescaling it, whatever term you like, back down to 2K anyway. So now we just going straight 2K. I could have, but I said, let this come down. So that's the reason why YouTube wasn't recognizing it as 4K. This setting was bringing it back down to 2K. That's why YouTube wasn't recognizing it as 4K. This setting here that I forgot about, rescale output, and you can see it says 2560 by 1440. So it didn't matter what I put in the other setting. You understand what I'm saying? It didn't matter what I had here. Because I had 3840 by 2160 for the base and for the output. And so it was rescaling it. Even though I had both of these at 4K, it was rescaling it back down to 2K anyway. But now I got them all on 2K, so here we go. And that's what we're doing. And leave it at that. Oh man, while we had it open, I should have showed you. I don't know why that phone keep ringing. The phone we don't use keep ringing. Probably the devil. What else with the phone we don't use keep ringing? Why else would the phone that we don't use keep ringing? I forgot what I was going to show you now. Oh, can y'all see? Audio tracks, 1, empty, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is highlighted. You see it? So we're using 6 tracks. We are using 6 tracks. So we sending YouTube 6 tracks. And take a little flashlight. See where it say channels? 5.1. So we sending 5.1. So that's 5 speakers and a subwoofer. So that's 6 speakers. 5.1. You see it right there. If you got a flashlight or something, take your phone flashlight. That says 5.1 right there. So 5.1 is 5 speakers and a subwoofer. That's what a 5.1 system is. And we go back, you see, get your little flashlight out. We are doing 6 audio tracks. So 6 speakers, 6 different audio tracks. So, no excuses, no whining, no, Brother Derrick talking that stuff. I'm showing you from the front, and I'm showing you from the back. So I don't want to hear no comments. No comments. If you want even more proof. Now, if I didn't do it the way I did it, it'd be really easy to show you. But because I'm doing it my way, and this is the way I know how to do it. Because I'm doing it my way. Go to sound control panel. Now y'all see that it says Allen Way 408. I'm using the display adapter to HDMI, which is going into the TV. The TV is on surround sound. Then I got the 2 5.1s set up to the TV. But I want y'all to notice something. Come down here. What that say? Dolby Digital. What does it say? Dolby Digital. So we doing Dolby Digital 5.1. You can see that on your screen. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. You see that on your screen. We have shown you. Now we're also using Windows Sonic for headphones. So we're using spatial sound. All right. Now, if I come down here, I ain't got it connected. I got it disabled. Well, it's disabled. I can't do nothing about that. I can't show you that. But we ain't using it anyway. All right, let's go. So I showing you from the front. I showing you from the back. Let me turn this off here. Where's Windows Media? All right, now. So I tuned you down. Why are you crying? We came down from 4K to 2K. Why are you crying? So let's see something here real quick. For the signals. Go to LTE engineering data. All right, y'all, the show gonna stop for a second. Now I thought this was gonna be a nice little mix, but I see no, it's on band 13. We'll put it on band 2 too. And hit set. Okay. Are we back yet? Said, are we back? Now, let's see how she worked now. Should stabilize. I had to stop the show for a second. We should stabilize. Look over here. Are we live? Oh, you know, people are always talking about that we not doing what we doing. Well, we are streaming in 2K. You don't like it? Jump in the link. You notice the screen not as big as it was before. I'm not as big as I was before because we had a 4K screen. You notice I'm smaller. I ain't as big as I was before. We had that bigger screen. You saw me change everything back down from 4 to 2K. That's why we had to move everything around and put it back the way it was. When I started the show, even though I was here, the chat was here, the microphone behind my head was here, you didn't see it. Why didn't you see it? Because the main screen was blown up and it was covering everything because it was up at 3,840 pixels. Then I changed it to 2560, but it stayed up there, so that meant everything vanished, was off to the side. So we got it back and we are ready. Monday Mass. I'm not Catholic, but that's the only thing I can think of to sound religious on a Monday. This show is called How to Be a Good Christian. I keep telling you, talk to Jesus, get to know him. I keep telling you that, right? I keep telling you that. Well, I'm going to tell you how you can make your home a Christian home, and maybe how you can make your block or maybe your workplace more Christian. But before we start, I was going to do it when I looked at the icons, and I said, you know what? We haven't done a prayer for the driver. And Liz must have been on that same wavelength because she said it in the chat. So see that? Here at the BD family, we do care about each other. And in saying that, can we all just take a minute? Stop what you're doing. Let's all take a minute. And let's make a request. A special prayer request on behalf of our BD family member. He's down right now. I'm talking about the driver. Y'all know who he is. He's a member of the BD family. Lord Jesus, in your sweet and glorious name. And Lord God the Father, great Jehovah, we here at the BD family, we humbly come and we ask you, can you look out and bless our brother, the driver? Can you heal him quickly so that he can get back to his wife and his two lovely daughters? Can you bless the driver? Make whatever he has go away. Make him sound in mind and healthy, so he can come back and take care of the family. That we all ask you this together because we know you can do it. Jesus, please pass this message on to God. Please help out our family members. Bless every family member, whether they're here or not, to be strong. Bless them to be stable. Bless them to be boring. Because boring people don't have problems. And we all strive to be boring. Because boring means peace. And if you got peace, then that means we don't have distraction. That means that we can take our time and pray to you and ask you to tell us what you want us to do. Not walk around doing what we want to do, doing what you want. So my Lord and Savior, I ask you, in your name, sweet name of Jesus Christ, please bless the driver. Bless every member of this family. Thank you, Lord God Jehovah, in Jesus' sweet name, for I know you're here. Amen. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Like I said, driver, you out there watching, I hope you feel better, buddy. I really do. Y'all notice I got something on my nose. It's the lighting and the green screen. Like I said, I'm always telling y'all to get to know Jesus I told you what to do. But let me tell you what you also can do and what's expected of you, because you are a working member for Jesus. See, Jesus is going to put you to work. A lot of people get nervous to hear that part because most people are closet Christians. I mean, you go out there with it, you don't want to be called a church boy. You don't want to be called a Christ lady. These are terms that I heard in the street. See, this is what the heathens think of you. They think you wusses. They think you chumps. They think you got a jellyfish spine. They think you weak, when in actuality, you're stronger. Why are you stronger? You're stronger because you care. You know what's going to happen. And you have the courage to stand up and say, you know what? I'm not going to worry about what these heathens say. Because I know I don't want to go in that furnace. They going. No doubt about it. While they laughing at you, you'll be laughing in the end. It might take you 2,000-3,000 years to get your laugh. But you'll have your laugh when you up there in the laugh of luxury up in paradise. Not a care in the world. Because let's be honest. For those people that's making fun of you, will you really miss them? Let's just keep it real. To the people that's making fun of you right now, they're laughing at you. When you close your eyes and you make it up to paradise, are you going to miss them? No. Let's keep it real. The reason why I say that, look at how we treat the dead down here. Yeah, I'm going to miss Romeo, but you know what? Yeah, boy, I little nigga phone. Yeah, it was going on with them Ravens. Yeah, what's going on with that honey down there? She still broke up with a man. You going to be in forgot. That's how it's going to be. When you get up there and you start looking around and don't see nobody you know, you're going to be sad for a minute, and then guess what? You're going to forget. You're going to meet new people. You're going to forget about them happy. You just forget about it. You're going to forget about them. The same way you forget about them down here. You have to be drunk and sitting around a bunch of people and go, hey, you remember little John? Yeah, he can play some basketball, couldn't he? Yeah. There goes shame. Shame how he died. Then you move on somebody, you're like, That's how it's going to be. Because the fact of the matter is, you're going to be sitting with your family. And when Jesus come back for you, only two people out that family might go. Only two. What the rest of the people going to think? How come they got to go? I didn't go. Guess what? They ain't going to have time. Because those 7 bowls of punishment are going to be released. The boils. The cicadas. The mountains crumbling. The moon and the stars falling on them. The ground opening up. They ain't got time to think about you going up there. They trying to survive. But will you, once you get up there, like, yeah, I made it. Where my wife at? My kids didn't make it. Damn. After a while, you be like, oh, they ain't doing what they're supposed to do. You'll miss them, but you ain't going to think about them. The proof of that, the literal proof of that, was when I went to look online to see what people thought about them making it and their people not making it. One article popped up. One out of all the millions of billions of people on this planet. Only one person other than Minister Brother Derrick asked that question. Because most people are selfish. They think about themselves. I get myself straight, then I help you. Isn't that how we do it? We don't do stuff together. Let me get myself straight, and then I'm going to help you get straight. Isn't that how we do it? Well, look, I got the job here. I could bring you with me, but let me go first and see if it's right, and then I'll come bring you in. We're going to make sure that we get in there first. And then once we settle, then we'll come and get you. So most people are going to be so glad they made it, they're not even going to think about you. Then later on, man, hey, it'd be more fun if Jerome was here, man, cracking them jokes. It'd be more fun if Julie was here with the gossip. Where you at, Julie? That's when you going to miss them people. But that's why you got a chance. You don't have to miss them people if you do what I tell you. Stop being ashamed of being a Christian. You know, the devil did his greatest trick when he made it. You have to be ashamed. He said, how's a person supposed to help others if they can't help themselves? I don't agree with that comment. I need you to break that down some more, Liz. If you know that your husband or your child or your aunt or your uncle or anybody, if you know that they make fun of you because you're religious, you can't make them be religious. But you can gently poke them, gently prod them. Let them see how you carry yourself. Let them see your confidence. Let them see your swag. Instead of being, let them see that being a Christian doesn't mean you got to be a wuss. It doesn't mean you got to let somebody step on you. You said, no, I'm saying if I'm not religious but working towards that, how can I go tell others what they should be doing? If you know that it's a new factory, opening up, and you know that your friends need a job, you ain't at the factory yet, but did you tell them, hey, there's a new factory open. This is what they require. Are you going to go apply? You haven't worked the job yet, but you passing on vital information. Why can't you say, hey, I'm still learning how to be a Christian, but I noticed you're not trying at all. Would you like me to talk to you for a minute? Would you just let me tell you? I know you're going to say you don't want to hear that stuff, but could you just let me talk to you? So you don't have to be perfect to help somebody else. The same way, you don't have to have that job at the new factory to try to get your friends to go apply for the job. Jesus is asking you to advertise. Even if you're not fully straight, you can still advertise to others. If you in Alcoholics Anonymous and there's somebody outside the door and won't come in, you only been there 2 days. But you can go out there and talk to them and try and talk them to coming inside. Even though you only been there 2 days, you can still make a difference. And this is my point. People think that they have to be all the way straight before they can start making a difference in other people's lives. It's the people that's not all the way there yet that have more impact than those that are already there. Because those that are already there, to somebody new, where they are might seem too far. It'd be like if I'm an alcoholic and I'm being told to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, when I get there, I'm not going to hang. I'm not going to be attracted at first to the person that been clean for 2 years, or the person that been clean for a week, the person that been clean for a month, the person that been clean for 3 months. I'm going to cling to them because they're closer to where I am. And their goal seems more reachable to reach their level than it is somebody been clean for 2 years. So you actually could be a better blessing to somebody if you are still trying to find yourself. Because see, people will say, I notice a change in you. It's subtle, but I notice it. That's your chance to tell them about Jesus Christ. That's your chance. Somebody that's already straight, that person might think, I can't be like that. That's just too much. On the way is just as important as already being there. Hold on. Liz said, I understand that, but you can't be upset if they don't listen. Okay, I know you're explaining yourself, but you made a broad statement, which is why I said I don't agree. Okay, Liz, I just wanted to cover that because that was a very good point that you brought up. I wish I thought of it. Just because, if I was going to be a boxer, I don't want to get in there and spar with the champ. He gonna kick my butt. But somebody that been there a couple weeks, I get in the ring with them because I know they ain't learned that much in a couple weeks. I should be able to get in there and get me a couple blows on. I get in there with the champion. I ain't gonna land nothing. I'm gonna get knocked out. Sometimes it's better from somebody that's closer to where I am. I can relate to them better. It won't seem like I'm trying so hard to reach where they are, is what I'm saying. Sometimes when you ain't that far from somebody, it seems easier to listen to that person rather than somebody that's already there, because they might be talking to somebody that made it, might be talking to you about stuff and you like, man, I can't do this. But somebody that's on the road with you, they say, hey, that's what I said when I started. But look, you got to take these little steps and get there. Follow me. And that's why I say we all can help each other, no matter what stage of life we're in. If somebody start a club about how to get rich, and everybody already rich except one person, who's the one person going to come in? Who is he going to cling to? You can't afford to hang with the other people. You ain't made no money yet. But if it's two of y'all, at least you could follow behind somebody that's been there a week or two. You'll do better following that person than trying to follow behind somebody that's already rich. But they might have forgot how they got there. But that person is trying just like you trying. And you can help each other. So just because you're not totally there yet doesn't mean you can't be an encouragement to somebody else that might be thinking about it and might just need somebody to give them a little push. Somebody that's already been doing it for a while might put stress on them. Forgot how tough it was at the beginning. But somebody closer to where you are can understand and make it easy for you with less pressure. But that's the first thing you got to remember. Pressure. You can't put too much pressure on. You got to let the person be around you and let them see God in you. When they see, no matter what happened, you're upbeat. When they see that you're not worried about what other people think, that's a power. A lot of people don't realize that's a power. When you don't care about what other people think, you got a big step up on the devil. He got to work hard now. Because he can't use people to make you do what he wants. Now he got to come into your life and disrupt it. You're making him and his demons work harder. It's easy. If you care what people think, all they got to do is make sure that there's people around you that do what they want. And then eventually you will succumb. But if you don't care what people think, you already ahead of the game. Well, you're the only person that's... Okay. Why am I the only person? Come here, let me holler at you. Let me tell you the benefits. Liz said, you should care. Oh, she corrected herself. Yeah, you shouldn't, but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that worry about what other people think. We had people in the family, some family members. They say they didn't care what nobody thought, but 5 minutes later, they be talking about what somebody said. And they picked on me and made fun of me. And how about you didn't care what they said? No, I don't care. A minute or two later, they write back. You do care. And if you care what people think of you, that's a weakness. But there is a better way. If you're doing what Jesus and God want you to do, and you doing what they want, even people who don't want to do that will be amazed. They will see the glow in you. They'll see your confidence. They'll see the pep in your step. And they're going to want to know, hey, how can I get that? And that's your chance. That's your chance. See, people got to want it. And how do they want it? When they see people that's doing well. When they see you doing well, guess what? They'll admire you from afar. But because you don't see it, you don't know it. Just like I told y'all the story about the man that I used to park across the street from the church where the rehab people went to. A boss used to say, I don't know why you go over there. Why do you go to church with them? And I would say, you look down on them. But think about it. Just think about it. Imagine how hard it is to come off of heroin. How hard is it to come off of crack? How hard is it to stop doing meth? The people that do it are very strong. Not all of them make it. Because most people OD. But the ones that do get in rehab and actually stay clean, even if it's for only 2-3 months, it takes a lot of inner strength to be able to do that. If they got the strength to overcome that, they got the strength to overcome this world. And so I wanted to go over there and encourage them and be a source of strength to them. Yes, if you stay with the program, if you stick close to Jesus and God, you can overcome this. And you can be where I am. And I was only making $600 a week. But to them, that was a lot of money. But I never thought much of myself. But one day, I was coming out of the church service, and I noticed that one of the guys was standing. It wasn't a fancy car. It was a dependable car. It wasn't fancy. It was dependable. And so, he was like, one day, I'm going to be like you. I'm like, what? I said, I hope you be better than me. He said, no, man, I want to be like you. Work 6 days a week. I be seeing you on your day off. I see you pull up. You be pulling up at the gas station across the street and you be getting gas. I be seeing them fine girls you have in the front seat. I'm going to be like you. You be having them chains on and you polo down. I'm going to be like you. I'm working around a bunch of drug dealers all day. I'm thinking I don't make no money. But there are people that are looking up to me. They ain't worried about the fonts in their mouth. They ain't worried about having the cars with the rims on them. They just want to be stable. Let them marinate for a minute. That's what they looking up to. That's why I say you don't know who looking at you. There's somebody that can assault you every day. But deep down, they admire you. That's why they insult you. They insult you because they want to be like you. They won't admit it, but they want to be like you. Let that marinate for a second. You had a man that made fun of me, called me broke or whatever. But he lived with 3 other people. I don't. I live on my own. You live with 3 other people, you limited in what you can do. You may have more free money, but you're limited in what you can do. If I was about that lifestyle, if I wanted to have a different woman in here every night, I could do it. He can't. If I want to turn the music up and party and shake the house down, I can do it. He can't do it. Yeah, turn that music down, boy. You know what time it is. I have a couple downstairs. That's all I got to deal with. It's just us two on this side of the building. They ain't complaining, I ain't complaining. He was sitting up here 2, 3 in the morning. They don't say nothing. He can't do that where he at. It's like 2,000 people living there, if not more. You gotta turn that way. You can't do nothing. But if I wanted to go outside and shoot fireworks, why say nothing? Let him try and do that. I like these babies trying to sleep and you shooting these fireworks out there. If I forget something and leave it downstairs, when I come back, well, except for the trailer and the phone, that's the only 2 things I've lost. You imagine being in a building with 2,500 people, and the mailman put your package in the wrong slot, you won't see it again. Because even though it's 2,500 people in that building, I ain't see nothing. And chances are, you won't even see the person using it. Because there's so many people in the building, you might not even see that person for you. So many people in that daggone building. But he said that he was better off than I was. How? You're limited in what you can do. If I want to butt naked and walk around the house butt naked, I can do it. He can't do it. How you gonna walk around your mouth butt naked? You're limited in what you can do. So as much as he can make fun of me, I can make fun of him. Why would I want to live in a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 other people? I'm just saying. Why? How can I be jealous of somebody? Some of y'all would say, well, I wish I could move back home with mama. Wouldn't have to just give her a couple dollars and not really have to pay no rent. But you can't do what you want to do. That's an okay exchange. Being up under mama, you can't do what you want to do. I don't see how that's better. See, I can say this is my place. He can't say that. Because he has a place inside of a place. He has a place inside of a place. And it ain't one person putting down the law. Actually, it is one person putting down the law. Because you know mama is running that show. And the other 3 do what mama said. Mama used to say. So, why would I be jealous of him? It would be more likely he'd be jealous of me. Because I can do what I want, say what I want, go where I want to go. He got limits. They have a couple extra dollars, he got limits. I'd rather have my own and be limited in that. If I wanted to throw a party right now, I could do it. Can't throw no party with mama sitting in the living room in the daggone rocker. What kind of party you gonna have? Y'all understand? Just because somebody may think they doing better than you, no they not. No they not. If they were doing better, they'd be happy. That's why they're using YouTube to vent. See, he can't go vent outside, he'll get shot. You go out there and start venting to the wrong person, they're going to find you in the morgue. but he can come on YouTube and vent. Listen to what I'm saying. Somebody that got it made don't spend their day up in 15 different chats in the same day. Somebody that's doing their own thing ain't trying to put up videos to get attention. See, when you actually analyze and look at things and just put the realism in it, I wouldn't want his life. You couldn't pay me to take it. I ain't got to worry about nobody looking for me unless it's from YouTube. You see me interact with my neighbors. I had a video on earlier. Interacting with my neighbors. You don't see no violence. I take you wherever I go. You don't see me in no situation. If it's 30 people, I don't think it's 30, but I'll say 30 people in this building. Is it possible for me to go weeks without seeing somebody? When you got 2,500 people in the building, because you figure if they forward to apartment, and you got to figure it's 600 apartments. 6 times 4 is 24. That's 2,400. I say it might be more. I say 600. So let's say that's 2,400 people. How can you even step out your door without seeing somebody? How can you get on the elevator without somebody on it? How can you come out your door without 2 people coming in? 2,500, 2,400 people. Why would I want to live in a building with 2,400 people? A project building that when like you can't go out or come in. You got to find something else to do until they stop. Why the heck would I want to? This smell in the elevator, this smell in the hallways, all 600 apartments, somebody leaking something. Why would you be jealous of that? I'm just asking. Why would you be jealous of that? It's one way out. 2,400 people share a doorway outside the building. 2,400 people share an elevator. If you're lucky, maybe it's 2. So that's 1,200 people per elevator. How many times the elevator come by in its full capacity and you gotta let it go by you and let it come back up and then get back on and gotta ride up and then ride back down? Smelling that piss smell the whole way. And it with junkies and alcoholics and who knows what. So I'm saying to you, I'm not impressed. And like I said, I haven't been up in New York, but I stayed the time that I came outside and went down the street. One time I came downstairs, somebody wasn't in the lobby hanging out. Wasn't one time I wanted to go to the playground and wasn't somebody already there. I'm just saying. It's a playground right here. the playground over there. Y'all seen me fall on the skates. Where was I at? Coming from the playground. You didn't see now one person at that playground. I was up in New York, no matter what time of the day it was, somebody was out there. During the day it was the kids, at night it was adults doing what they were doing. So no, I don't feel like I missed out on anything. But back to our topic. Let's get to our first story. Liz said, depends on the apartment and they may be all they can afford. Well, if that's all they can afford, then why do they keep coming on YouTube, flashing money, and telling people they broke? If that's the case, my dear, I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't even talk about living situations. The fact of the matter is, I could live in a room in a big house. The problem is, I would have to share the dining room, the kitchen, and the bathroom with 9 or 10 other people. Suppose you got diarrhea and you got to go to the bathroom and somebody in there. What can you do? Get a bucket and go outside in the yard and go? I mean, seriously. I'm just being honest. And the sad part is, it would still be similar money. And we having an issue here. Why is the encoder overloaded? Go to settings for the output. I got it on balance. Can I change it here? Put it on medium. So we downgraded and still having problems, huh? And let's put it on. Hit the apply button and see if that make a difference. I dropped the settings a little bit. Let's see if it make a difference. All right, we've seen this stabilized. That's the one thing about, no matter how good you get it, it can change in an instant. Anyway, back to the topic of the show. I know one thing, I'll go to the bathroom again. Took my daggone insulin. Oh, Lord. Let's take a break. I'll be right back.
Brother Derrick, minister, Brother Derrick. And, I want to talk to you. And I want to tell you things that you can use and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this. So I hope y'all enjoy it. So let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right. But our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars. Sports, pornography, and bars. But these are things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill. That caddy with the grill. You can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills. You can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you weak. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you rich or poor. Your credo race by believing in Jesus. We're all born to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there is nothing harder than standing up for God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says, no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants. Go along with the crowd and feel the wrath of that tongue. This country is going to hell in a basket, no a casket. And if you speak, you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder, who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes. But God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge of thorough. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. This is Minister Brother Derrick, and this is the new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
All right. We all going to the same place. I don't think we all. Some of y'all going to the same place. The few that put the work in is going to the good place. There are people that's not doing the work, that's having fun. That's all they do is have fun. Go out there, have promiscuous sex, gamble a lot, cheat and steal, get drunk, get high. Well, you know where they going. You know it and I know it. It's possible for you to do those things, but you still got to do what Jesus tell you to do. If you ain't doing that. But down there ain't going to be no weed. There ain't going to be no drink. There ain't going to be no cocaine. No meth, no crack. You're going to long for it so bad. You're going to wish any kind of relief. I just keep beating you upside the head with it because I want you to understand what I'm saying. Let's get to our first article. Whoa, we've been on for an hour and 13 minutes already. It's amazing how time flies. I kid you not. Let me see here. Let's try this article here. Don't embarrass me now. Told y'all I don't prep these. We blow it up. I just pick them. Been doing pretty good so far. Huh? How to build a strong family. Well, there are several ways to build a strong Christian family. Number one, pick out quotes from the Bible. You know, a lot of people like to go to Psalms. Psalms have a lot of nice, quick little pick-me-ups. You know, when you're feeling your faith getting low, go read Psalms and hear how joyously people speak about God. You can tell the joy in their writing. You can tell the level of faith and how much they believe just in the writing. Psalms and Proverbs too. That's a good place to start in the Bible. People talk about the good that they saw God doing. But these people actually saw God. Really, they saw Jesus in a cloud, but they saw somebody. We have the harder job because we don't see. We ain't going to see till the day he come back. So we have to go on what other people have said. Jesus even said, those that have seen me. Imagine how much more to be for people who have never seen. But if they didn't document it, would we know? Well, they spread the word by writing it. You can spread the word by writing it too. You can write a blog. Matter of fact, I might look into that. Start writing daily blogs. I had to figure out where I would put it at. I can start writing daily blogs. Maybe it will pick up the show. I could pick up some people that way. But my problem is going to be the problem I always have. I'm not going to lie to you. And see, that's where the commercialism, you take out the commercialism out of religion, you take out the profit. You take out the commercialism, you take out the appeal to the masses. When you take out the commercialism, you really limit your following. Because people can't stand to be told what they're doing is wrong. They rather go listen to somebody tell them what they're doing is right. Why would you listen to somebody that's telling you what you're doing is wrong? Only people that can deal with that will deal with it. Right. Only people who can deal with it. That's why I don't worry about how many people are here. Because I know most people can't be without going crazy. And when they do say something, normally an insult. I turned the air conditioner up. Hot in here, now it's cold. Now make your mind up. It's 70 degrees outside right now. I've been on since what, 8 o'clock? All right, let's get to this topic here. How to build a strong Christian family. Well, let me tell you what I think, and then we'll look at what they say. I don't know why I'm saying what I think. What I think the Spirit is going to tell me to say. What I say. How to build a strong Christian family. Well, number one, you got to be a strong Christian. You got to have a mate that's a strong Christian. That's the first two things. Family. When you have a child, while they're still in the womb, the mother should be. Father can do it also. Be reading scripture to the baby. When it's in his crib, when it's old enough to talk, instead of reading engine that could, reading scripture to a child. Involve them in the church. You know, the kids have their own Bible study. Make sure they're there. Only set up play groups with other religious families, not heathens. for the play dates, if you do that in your community. If you can afford it, have them go to a religious-based school. These are things that you can do to make sure your children are strong. Make your children know about Jesus and God, that they always watching, so that they are paranoid to an extent. When the other kids tell them, hey, let's go spray paint the gym, or let's go tear up the principal's office. No, I don't think Jesus would like me to do that. That should be the answer of your child. When they say, come on, let's go sneak, go down to the arcade, instead of going to school, go to the mall and hang out. Like, no, I don't think God would like me to. That's the answer to your child. They become adults. Kids say, hey, they're having a ceremony in the auditorium. Let's go streak it. All they can do is suspend us. We'll be heroes. Say, no, I don't think you would like me to do that. Let's go over there and beat that nerd up. That nerd to have a pocket. They're going to pin protector on his shirt. Some like a geek off TV. Let's go beat him up. No, I don't think God will let me. If your child doesn't say that, you're doing a bad job raising children. Because you as an adult, you know that you're the designated driver and somebody trying to get you to take shots. You should say, no, I got to be responsible. Hey, I don't think Jesus will be doing that. I'm here to watch out for everybody else. That's why I'm a designated driver. I got to be alert. If I start taking shots, I'm going to get tipsy. I'm not then, the blind can't lead the blind. So if you're not doing it, your kids are not. So how can you have a strong Christian family? You're not following the laws. Why would you expect your children to? Let's see what they got to say. Anything I say match up? How to build a strong Christian family. How does a parent build a strong Christian family? The church should instruct families how to begin and grow a godly heritage in each family. But we cannot expect our church to build it for us. It must be done at home. We cannot expect our schools or sports coach to build a godly heritage in our sons and daughters. If we leave it to them, or worse yet, their friends, what will be the result? Building a strong Christian family can only be done in a daily biblical ritual of family worship. Biblically, the link between family and worship is inseparable. Family worship is the most powerful tool given to man to represent Christ. It is how the covenant relationship with God was designed to be passed down. It is the most effective model man can use. It has been proven that once a child turns 13, the odds of conversion are very low. Our job as parents is to bring up a child in the way he should go. This, the Bible says, makes them wise until salvation. They got this little red thing here. Timothy 3:15. Biblical. Deuteronomy. I can't get this red thing. There it is. Deuteronomy 11:18-19. We are instructed to teach our children morning, noon, and night, laying up in their hearts the word of God. There are many fires, Isaiah 24:15, trials and tribulations that our children will pass through. I fear we as parents are making them walk through many fires by our own lack of commitment to true family worship. How will our children learn to avoid or walk through these fires without being daily instructed in how to do it. Joshua 24:15. Joshua made it clear. Joshua made it clear to all that he and his entire house will serve the Lord. Many parents, I fear, have already given their children over to the devil by failing to ensure their whole house serves God. The internet, TV, cell phones, gaming, and extracurricular activities dominate our children's lives. We teach them to commit to sports teams, school activities, and even a job, but we fail to teach them how to commit to worshiping the God. The Puritans thought family worship to be so important that it was found a father was forsaking it. The elders gave him a warning. If that father continued to forsake daily family worship, he was banished from communion with the body. John R. Beek, in his book, Family Worship, gives some guidelines for how to start a family worship time. His book is available for less than $3 on Amazon. It's only about 60 pages long. Here are a few ideas for building a family worship time. 1. Daily instruction in the Word. Read Scripture and provide explanations of the text. Allow questions, comments, and make it as interactive as possible. 2. Pray together. Lead the family in prayer, allowing each member to pray in their own way. Leonard Ravenhill said, "A man is only as good as his prayer life. A church and family are only good as their joint prayer together." Sing hymns of praise together. When God is glorified through study and prayer and with loud voice, the family is edified. Hymns carries much wisdom in their words. Explaining their meaning will become a part of family worship children will remember the most. Make this family worship time brief in the beginning and let God grow it. I remember times with my son when it led to all-night discussions and a joint search for God's truth and goodness. Pastors should be instructing families to do this and encouraging it, but many don't. If we don't grow our kids, someone else will. Who is teaching your child to worship the Lord? Many fires. We are making our children pass through so many fires. Teaching them our religion is up for them to hire. Giving them over to so many evil things, making it impossible to God for them to cling. We build our fires here and we build them over there. In our godless faith and in the faith we cause to err. We profess to know Christ, but go whoring after another. Having no fellowship with God, our children will only seek pleasure. Who are we teaching them were much better taught? Raised in the knowledge, our loves were blood bought. Why are we shocked when the love they seek is strange, when they can't deal with life and their thoughts seem deranged? Why are we amazed when our children begin to kill, when they lust after life instead of God's perfect will? Why do we ask ourselves why when we all know the truth? We built the many fires they passed through in their youth. Okay. Let's continue on. Stick with the same topic. Nine ways to grow in your faith. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. Galatians 5:22-23. When we accept Jesus Christ as our Savior, the Bible says we receive supernatural help from the Holy Spirit. Because of that help, we can become more like Jesus, showing 9 key characteristics, the fruits of the Spirit in our daily lives. 1. Love. It's no coincidence that love is the first fruit listed in Galatians chapter 5. Jesus said the greatest commandment is to love God and love one another. When we love God with all our heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love our neighbors as ourselves, we show the world we belong to Jesus. Woo. Until you know God loves you, it will be difficult to love God and love others. Whether you never heard that God loves you or you just need a reminder, watch this short, powerful video about God's amazing love for you. I don't know if we'll get flagged. But if y'all want to go look at it, let me know. Our culture uses the word love so casually. I love to get dressed. I love cheeseburgers. It can be hard to identify the kind of love Jesus spoke about in the Bible. What does it look like to love God with all we have? Like any relationship, love means setting aside time. Take time to talk with God and get to know Him through the Bible. Once we love God, we can love others. But love isn't just something to talk about. Jesus taught us to show our true love through action. Find ways to love people through acts of service. Even a simple phone call can make a difference. Then share God's love with others. Know someone who's hard to love? This answer from Billy Graham might help. Well, is it a video or is it an article I read? If it's a video, we can't do it. Check it out. Question. I've heard the Bible tell us to love others, but everyone in our family agrees that one of our cousins is impossible to love. He's obnoxious and conceited, and no one likes being around him. How can you love someone you don't like? Answer. Yes, the Bible certainly tells us to love others, even if they aren't very lovable. When Jesus was asked which were the most important of God's laws, he summarized them in 2 commands: to love God and to love others. Mark 12:28-34. But what does it mean to love others? All too often, I'm afraid, we confuse liking someone with loving them. In other words, we think loving someone is similar to liking them, only much stronger. And this isn't necessarily wrong as far as it goes. A husband, for example, should genuinely like his wife and enjoy being in her company. Does this mean that we can't love someone who's difficult to like? No, it doesn't. If we understand the kind of love God has for us. God loves us not because we're perfect or even likable, because we aren't. We fall far short of what He wants us to be. Yet the Bible says He still loves us. And unlike our love for others, His love means He always wants what's best for us, although we don't deserve it. Say that again. He always wants best for us, even though we don't deserve it. This is the way God wants us to love others, by seeking what's best for them. No, your cousin may not be likable, but have you ever asked God to change him? Have you ever gone out of your way to show love for him, even if he doesn't deserve it? Open your heart and life to Christ's transforming love. Then remember, we love because He first loved us. Learn how to share your faith. Get back to the story. 2, joy. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say rejoice. It's easy to rejoice when things are going our way. It's a different story when life is hard, but followers of Jesus are called to have joy all the time, not just when life is good. One of the keys to being joyful is knowing why we rejoice. We don't rejoice in our money, jobs, vacation, or even our relationship. We must rejoice in the love. Billy Graham's audio message, Secret of Joy in Tribulation, addresses how to have joy even in the toughest time. Billy Graham said, only the forward-looking Christian remains sincerely optimistic and joyful, knowing that Christ will win in the end. Is your focus on the problems of this world or the eternal joy that is to come. If you find yourself focusing on negatives, direct your thoughts to Jesus and the promise of heaven. If Christ's followers are called to be joyful, why are some Christians so grumpy? Like the word love, peace is a word that has become casual and hard to define. But true peace comes from God, and there's nothing like it. I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I will overcome the world. John 16:33. Jesus spoke those words thousands of years ago, but they still meant for us today. Check yourself. Does your peace come from trusting Jesus, or does it come from your circumstances? It seems more people than ever suffer from anxiety, but you can have peace when you train yourself to focus on God instead of yourself or the world around you. Start with reading and memorizing Philippians 4:6-9, which explains how to replace anxiety with the peace of God. So is that it? All right, we're going to read Philippians. Don't be anxious about everything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving. Let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, is there anything worthy of praise? Think about these things, what you have learned and received and heard and seen in me. Practice these things, and the God of peace will be with you. Right? Now let's get back. Jesus said, blessed are the peacemakers. Matthew 5:9. In this answer, Billy Graham talks about whether world peace is possible. Hold on. So now we got to go to Billy Graham. Hold on. All right, hold on. Yeah, the long one off. I'm probably slam the door. Well, we got it. Sorry about that, y'all. I think I try and put an advertisement in there. Alright, where was we? Question. I've always been an optimistic person, believing we can solve our differences and create a better, more peaceful world. But frankly, it's been harder for me to think this way recently. Will we ever see true world peace? Answer. From time to time, the world may experience periods of peace, and we certainly should pray for these and for our leaders. Othniel was one of ancient Israel's wisest judges or rulers, and the Bible says the nation had 40 years of peace as a result. Judges 3:11. But the world has never known lasting peace, and both history and the Bible warn us that it never will, not until Christ comes again to establish his perfect rule of peace and justice over the whole earth. In fact, Jesus warned that as the end of this present age approaches, there may be even greater periods of conflict and war. He declared, when you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed. Such things must happen. Mark 13:7. What is the problem? The problem isn't just political conflict, economic inequality, or social unrest, although all may play a part. The real problem is deeper than this. The problem of the human heart, where after all, does greed come from, or lust for power, or anger, or racial pride, or anything else that people use as an excuse for war? Liz says she'll be right back. Right back, Liz. They come from within our own hearts and minds. That's why we need Christ, for only he can change our heart and give us love for others. Has this happened to you? Turn your life over to Jesus Christ and then ask Him to help you bring His peace to those around you and to our world. Okay? Get back. In this answer, Billy Graham talks about whether world peace is possible. We should pray for peace throughout the world, but we also can't forget about our own backyard. Is there strife within your own family or workplace? Be a peacemaker there. Patience. Living in this fast-paced world can give you a short fuse. Feeling patience isn't something you want to brush off as a minor personality flaw. If you find yourself getting annoyed, worried, or intolerant while waiting on people, imagine how much more those negative emotions can escalate while you're waiting on the Lord. Don't think you have what it takes to be a patient person. All the more reason to submit this tough area to God. See what the Bible says about patience. Let's take a look. Question: if I had to make a list of my faults, the first thing on the list would have to be impatience. I wish I was a more patient person, but I'm afraid it just isn't in me to be that way. Does the Bible say anything about this? Answer: yes, the Bible certainly talks about impatience, the bad things it can bring into our lives. Just as it talks about patience and its benefits, the Bible says, whoever is patient has great understanding, but one who is quick-tempered displays folly. Proverbs 14:29. Why is impatience harmful? First of all, it harms us physically, emotionally, and spiritually. But it also harms our relationship with others. Impatience easily turns into anger or even violence, and these are the opposites of God's plan for us. The Bible says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Galatians 5:22-23. Have you ever asked yourself when you're most likely to become impatient? It's probably when something happens that delays you or changes your plans and over which you have no control. But if you can't do anything about it, why get upset? I know that's easier said than done, but simply realizing that you can't change the situation may help you relax and accept it. The Bible says, a person's wisdom yields patience. Proverbs 19:11. The key, however, is to realize that patience, true lasting patience, isn't something that we can develop on our own. Instead, it's a gift from God given us to you by the Holy Spirit. Have you ever confessed your impatient spirit to God and asked Him to make you a more patient person? He will as you yield your life and your emotions to Christ. Then seek to become more like Him. In some translation, the word long-suffering is used in place of peace. In Galatians 5:22, both patience and long-suffering deal with endurance, a necessary companion for your faith walk. In this Ruth Belgrand writing, she uses the example of windsurfing to show the importance of patience, endurance, and divine guidance. God exercises more patience than we ever could. No matter how many times you mess up, God won't run out of patience with you. This answer from Billy Graham is a great reminder of God's unfailing love. Look, man. It's getting on it. Well, it's a long article here. All right. 10 years ago, I gave my life to Jesus at a high school church camp, but after I got to college, I forgot all about it, and I lived like everyone else. Now I like to start all over with God, but I'm afraid He must be out of patience with me. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Answer: you are wrong. God has never stopped loving you, and He's never stopped hoping that you will turn back to Him. The Bible says, but in your great mercy, you did not put an end to them or abandon them, for you are a gracious and merciful God. Nehemiah 9:31. One reason I know God has not abandoned you is because you are wondering if He has. You see, God is working in your heart right now by His Spirit, and He is the one who has given you a desire to turn back to Him. Would He do that if He had abandoned you? No, of course not. Jesus said, "No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him." John 6:44, and I believe God is doing that in your life right now. The person who is in the most danger spiritually is the one who hears God's voice, but then turns away. Don't make that mistake. Instead, by faith, turn to God, confessing your sins to Him and asking Christ to cleanse you, and then committing yourself to be His follower. Don't let the crowd determine how you will live, but make it your goal to live for Christ. Take the steps to strengthen your spiritual life. Many new believers fall away because they never pray or read their Bibles or have fellowship with God's people. Don't let that happen to you, but learn to walk with Christ every day. Give your life to Christ today. All right, number 5, kindness. Philippians 2:3-4 says, "Count others more significant than yourselves and look to the interests of others." Kindness is about more than being cordial. It's an intentional act that requires effort and genuine concern. These reminders can help you become a kinder person. Make room to be kind to others. Give compliments. Talk to strangers beyond saying hello. Make an extra effort this week to recognize the opportunities to demonstrate kindness and then follow through. Take note of how it impacts you and others. People take my kindness for weakness. Sounds familiar? There's nothing weak about being kind to others. In fact, it takes a great deal of humility to constantly live this way. Read Billy Graham's devotion on the strength of having compassion for others. Look, man. My throat going now. Hang in there. Give me the strength, Jesus. Let my throat hang on. If a person isn't loving and kind, it shows that he doesn't know God. For 1 John 4:8. Jesus wept tears of compassion at the graveside of a friend. He mourned over Jerusalem because of the city. It had lost its appreciation of things of the Spirit. His great heart was sensitive to the needs of others. To emphasize the importance of man's love for men, he revised an old commandment to make it read, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and thy neighbor as thyself." This generation is rough and tough. I heard a little boy boasting one day about how tough he was. He said, "On the street I live on, the farther out you go, the tougher they get, and I live in the last house." Until you have learned the value of compassionately sharing others' sorrow, distrust, and misfortune, you cannot know real happiness. When you totally give your life to Christ, your old ways no longer matter. With the help of God, you can embody the attributes of a kind person. Listen to this 1-minute audio message from Billy Graham that explains the new life you. Look, man, goodness. To practice goodness, you must know first what God considers good. God calls us to have true, right, and pure thoughts. Philippians 4:8. Billy Graham once gave this answer on controlling bad thoughts. Man. I'm about to go beat Billy Graham up. Question: how can I control my bad thoughts? I get to thinking about people who treated me unfairly, and suddenly I have all sorts of evil thoughts about ways I can get back at them and things like that. I know it's wrong, but what can I do about it? Answer: you put your finger on a very important issue because our thoughts influence everything we do. Evil thoughts give birth to evil actions, just as good thoughts give birth to good actions. What? Before we do something, we must first think about doing it. The first step is to realize that the bad thoughts you are having are wrong, not just in your eyes, but in God's eyes. No matter what's happened to us, God doesn't want us to be consumed with anger, hatred, and bitterness. These hurt us far more than they hurt the other person. So why should we let them control us? Instead, turn to God and ask Him to forgive you and cleanse you, and then ask Jesus Christ to take control of your life, including your mind. Then ask God to help you fill your mind with good things. The more your mind is filled with good thoughts, the less room there will be for evil thoughts. The Bible says, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Philippians 4:8. The place to start is with God's Word, the Bible. Make it part of your life every day and turn your mind and heart to God in prayer when evil thoughts threaten to take over. Most of all, ask God to help you forgive those who have hurt you just as He forgives you. God calls us to love everyone, including our enemies. The Bible declares that we who follow Jesus Christ should be just as much in love with each other as God was in love with us when He sent His Son to die on the cross. God calls us to do the right thing for the right reason. This battle starts with the heart. 7. Faithfulness. Do you have someone to turn to with the most important things in life? Someone who sticks close by through the ups and downs. A loyal friend isn't to be taken for granted. You can be that kind of person too. God is faithful. Are you faithful back? He wants us to be good stewards of what He's given us. Time, talent, money, relationships. Can He trust you to treat or use these things wisely? Being faithful to God also means not putting other things above Him. The Bible calls these idols. Anything you worship or give God-like status to. An idol isn't necessarily a bad thing in and of itself. It could be work, social position, entertainment, looks, but it can be a distraction. He is at the center of all you do. Our relationships are important to God. Are you loyal to those around you? Can people trust that you'll say what you'll do? James 5:12 says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. No, lest you fall into judgment. Gentleness. Harsh, abrasive, overly critical, angry. That doesn't exactly describe the kind of person you want to be around, does it? Here are some ways to approach your own relationship with gentleness. Ephesians 4:29 says, let no corrupting talk come from your mouth, but only such as good for building up as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Build others up, don't tear them down. Believe the best, don't assume the worst. Distance yourself from harmful gossip. Anger may be justified, but how you deal with it can make or break relationships. It can also lead to bitterness, which gets you nowhere. Actually, we'll take time to check that out. Hope I don't regret this. What? Yeah, that was a waste. Constructive criticism can be helpful, but be wary of criticizing others to the point of belittling them. Balance your feedback with compliments. Be mindful of your tone of voice and who's around you when you offer input. Self-control. With so many day-to-day temptations and frustrations, it can be hard to maintain self-control. Whether you're at home, at work, or on the road, here are a few things to keep in mind. We are all tempted, but we don't have to give in. Sometimes we need to distance ourselves from whatever is tempting us. Here's how to stay strong when faced with temptation. As 1 Corinthians 10:13 says, God will not let you be tempted beyond your ability, but with temptation He will also provide the way of escape that you may be able to endure it. Maybe your lack of self-control when it comes to food. Maybe it's hard to keep your cool when the kids are crying, or maybe the issue is lust. Whatever it is, try taking a break. Count to 10 and refocus. Call a friend for encouragement. Read a psalm to calm your heart and focus on God. Take a walk. Find tips on overcoming addiction. Willpower alone might not be enough. Ask God for His power to maintain discipline. 7 says, for God gave us a spirit, not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. Oops, what happened? Oh, that was it? Okay. Alright. That was long. Anybody say anything in the chat? Last comment was at 3:39. All right, let's see what's going on in the world here. This man had made another video. Well, let's see. Always got a commercial. Hate on him. Come on.
With your second stimulus check update, and I'm going to give you an update about Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats and the Republicans in the White House about the negotiations over the next stimulus check and what is currently going on right now with Nancy Pelosi's 48-hour deadline on which she has given to the White House to give them back wording on specifics in the next stimulus package, which includes a $1,200 stimulus check, a check for dependents and unemployment extension, and also money for mortgage and rental assistance. But first, if you can, give this video a like down below. It really helps out our channel. And if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe down below. It's completely free to do so. My wife and I do all the research for you every single day so we can bring you all the related information about the stimulus check, the election, and the virus in a quick, concise video. Okay, first up, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker and leader of the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, has set another meeting with Republican negotiator, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin today to iron out the final details over the stimulus package and the final wording that they're trying to agree on in the next stimulus package and the next stimulus check. The White House has been said to be scrambling to try to get these updates to Nancy Pelosi in time, and they worry that they might not be able to get it to them quite in time, but they will be able to get it to them sooner or later. Some people are saying that this out-of-the-blue 48-hour deadline that Nancy Pelosi has given them pretty much came out of the blue, and that they might need a little bit more time because at this point there's only 36 hours left to get them this wording, and the White House reportedly has people working on this right now. The question is, Nancy Pelosi is all of a sudden trying to push a deal done before the election, and it seems like now all of a sudden she actually wants to get a deal done before the election, where just the last week ago you would have asked me or asked anybody and it would have been pretty apparent that she was trying to stall it out to not help President Donald Trump in his re-election campaign, because both her and Donald Trump think that it will help Trump in his re-election campaign, because if he passes stimulus right before the election, well, then it'll pretty much guarantee him more votes. But now Nancy thinks that if she passes it right before the election, that people's minds will already have been made.
Hey, welcome to the Dell University virtual
Karen says it's going to be like a full-on intern. And it won't matter much at all, because she thinks that Joe Biden is in the lead by a long shot. Nancy Pelosi tweeted out, the Trump administration must negotiate in good faith. That's actually kind of a play on words back from when President Donald Trump called off the negotiations, saying that Nancy Pelosi was the one who wasn't negotiating in good faith. And now Nancy Pelosi is kind of throwing those words right back at the president. She says they told us they would put a light touch on our most recent proposal for testing and tracing. Instead, they took a chainsaw to the proposal, cutting more than half of our proposal. Do I have a chainsaw prop around here that I could use? Democratic Senator Ed Markey has repeated his push for a monthly $2,000 stimulus checks, which of course Republicans don't agree on. He says in the 7 months since this pandemic began, Americans have received a single payment of $1,200. Every day that passes where we fail to provide direct, reoccurring cash payments is another day that more and more families struggle to make rent and put food on the table. Ed Markey and now vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris, yes, that's right, I said Kamala Harris, I said it correctly, want a second stimulus check to be a reoccurring stimulus check of $2,000 per month. And there's been a lot of resurgence of this because the Democrats think that they could possibly sweep everything, where they could keep control of the House, they could retake the Senate, which they only need a few votes on, and they could take the presidency with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as vice president. Democrats think if they can do this, that a $2,000 per month stimulus package could be a real possibility. This stimulus package proposal from Kamala Harris and Ed Markey was $2,000 per month until the pandemic ends. It did have some retroactive portions to it also, although at this point I don't know if they would do retroactive being how long it's been, but I could see them doing $2,000 per month all the way to the end of the pandemic and possibly a couple months after.
Woohoo!
My wife just said in the background, Larry Kudlow would probably pop a vein if that actually happened.
You're missing all the signs.
A lot of Republicans would. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows said the White House increased its stimulus offer as the Tuesday deadline to get a deal done before the election looms, saying, "We've increased our offer to up to almost $1.9 trillion. Mark Meadows told reporters on Monday morning. The president is willing to give some additional money in terms of direct payments, and he's willing to give some additional money in terms of PPP to restaurants, hotels, and small businesses." So let's read that again. The president is willing to give some additional money in terms of direct payments. Now, obviously, direct payments mean stimulus checks that go directly to the people. So it's curious that they would say this because we're not sure what they're talking about. Does this mean that they might up the $1,200 stimulus checks to $1,500 or $2,000? Or are they possibly talking about the dependent checks that were initially $500 and the Republicans raised it in one of their previous offers to $1,000 dependent checks for children, college students, and adult dependents would go from $500 to $1,000? Or would they also possibly be talking about raising the $1,200 stimulus check higher? Again, just to recap that, Mark Meadows, who's the White House Chief of Staff and the other Republican negotiator, says, quote, "We've increased our offer to almost $1.9 trillion, Mark Meadows told reporters on Monday morning. The president is willing to give some additional money in terms of direct payments. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. I will keep you guys updated as soon as I hear more information about that. It's pretty big news. On Friday, the U.S. had one of its top 5 worst days ever of new virus cases, with over 70,000 new cases in one day. And experts are weary that we're starting to reverse the trend. You can see this trend in new virus cases basically spiking up with 70,000 new cases on Friday. Cases are typically lower on the weekends just because of reporting. So we'll have to see where this goes. But you can see this trend is nearing up almost near the all-time high that we had back in July. Experts are warning that the third wave of new virus cases is
introducing this.
Starting now that we're starting to get colder weather in parts of the U.S. and we start to go into the fall and winter months. President Donald Trump also announced a deal with CVS and Walgreens to bring free virus vaccines to help seniors through CVS and Walgreens at no charge to you. We have now crossed over 40 million virus cases worldwide and over 8 million cases in the United States, with over 220,000 people claimed to the virus in the United States alone and over 1.1 million people in the entire world. Also, make sure you watch the previous video from this morning at 10 a.m. where we announced what was in Nolan Ryan baseball, signed by Nolan Ryan. Of course, you didn't need to guess it was signed by Nolan Ryan, just that it was a baseball, and our 2 winners from that morning's video. I had a lot of fun doing that. Let me know if you guys had a lot of fun with that contest, kind of guessing what was in the box, and let me know if you want to do it again. I do have some very interesting items that we could do it again with and just give away more money to you guys. I know it was a lot of fun for us. I think it was a lot of fun for a lot of you guys. I have seen.
All right. Go to sleep. Whoa, this is an hour ago. Let's get it.
The pandemic is getting worse, just experts predicted. One of them now warning that America is about to enter the, quote, darkest of this crisis. Infected, close to 220,000 dead. And the U.S. now averaging more than 56,000 cases a day. But today, instead of attacking the virus, the president is going after the leading authority on infectious disease, Dr. Anthony Fauci, calling him and other experts idiots. Today, the president told his campaign staff this on a call, quote, people are tired of COVID. I have these huge rallies. People are saying whatever, just leave us alone. They're tired of it. People are tired of hearing Fauci and all these idiots. Fauci is a nice guy. He's been here for 500 years. Fauci is a disaster. If I listened to him, we'd have 500,000 deaths. If the president had listened to Fauci and other medical experts, he would have pushed for folks to wear masks to avoid big crowds. Scientific modelings show us universal mask wearing would have saved tens of thousands of lives. Instead, the president continues to hold big rallies where fewer masks and certainly don't socially distance. One is planned for tonight in Arizona, which is one of 27 states now showing a rising trend in infections. Just as the weather is turning colder, driving people indoors where the risk of spread is so much higher. It's not clear if Fauci has heard the president's latest slam against him, but today the doctor delivered this call to action for all those he called defenders of science.
We have a lot of challenges ahead of us, and I can't help thinking that we're really, going through a time that's disturbingly anti-science in certain segments of our society. That's very troublesome to me, and we really need, as a group of scientists and physicians and healthcare providers, really stick together in our principles, because it is not going to be very easy as we go on with these challenges. This is a very, very difficult period in our existence, and we need to be the steadfast, vocal defenders of the scientific process.
Dr. Jorge Rodriguez is an internal medicine and viral specialist. He is a steadfast defender of science, which is why we have him on. And so first, Jorge, Dr. Fauci has been in the president's crosshairs for months now. But these new comments, I think there's something sort of about them where the president knew that reporters were listening. They called him a disaster, and he said that he and other experts are idiots. What is your reaction to this?
Well, my reaction is I hope I'm one of those idiots, because that would really be like a feather in my cap, to be called that. Consider the source. Tony Fauci, Dr. Fauci has been around not just for 500 years, for 2,000. Seriously, he is an icon in both the medical and scientific world. He is the most published researcher in the world. He's been through the HIV crisis and Ebola. And he is a man that is really nonpartisan. So he knows what he's talking about. So to refer to him in those demeaning terms, I think is childish at best. And it just creates a greater divide. Unfortunately, all of the things that have been said, all of the statistics that were quoted before this happened have come to pass. So there is no reason to doubt that we are at the beginning of what is going to be a huge surge this fall and winter unless people really buckle down and do what has been recommended, which is social distancing and masks. So you know what? That's just rhetoric. The science is the science, and the science proves that if we're careful, we can save probably hundreds of thousands of lives before this is over.
The president also mocked former Vice President Biden for wearing masks and for saying that he would listen to the scientists if elected. Do you worry that there could be a lasting impact on public health, on the country, because of the president he's politicizing science? Do you worry about a lasting impact?
Oh, absolutely. I think that is already here. And I think the lasting impact is not just on science, but in a lot of the institutions that have basically pillared this country since its inception. And people now, we see it in our patients, they do doubt what you say, which is fine. People should question their physicians and their healthcare workers, and we should have answers. But to blindly think that what we're saying is false listen, we really have no other motivation than to make sure that our patients stay healthy and alive. So I think the damage is done. It's going to take probably decades to repair. And I really salute someone like Biden. You know, I don't think it's a dig on him to say that he's going to listen to scientists. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what people should be doing and politicians should be doing.
Yeah, no, it's an odd criticism, right? I want to listen, Dr. Rodriguez, because we did get in this sound of what the president said about Dr. Fauci. Let's listen.
Hey, commercial. Oh, you terrible. Oh, you wrong with that.
Grow healthy children and sustain.
Yeah, you wrong with that.
People are tired of COVID. I have the biggest rally I've ever had, and we have COVID. People are saying whatever. Just leave us alone. They're tired of it. People are tired of hearing Fauci and all these idiots, these people that have gotten it wrong. Fauci's a nice guy. Been here for 500 years. He's a disaster. I mean, this guy's being. If I listen to him, we have 500,000 deaths.
And okay, so there, I was reading the quote before, but now we have it in the president's words. He knew that this would get out, right? This comes on the tails of Dr. Fauci doing and raising just kind of normal concerns, but certainly the president feels it's negative for him. I do want to ask you about something that a doctor on the task force who the president likes, Dr. Scott Atlas, something his advisor actually put out a tweet about masks saying that they don't work when they do work, right? This statement is so erroneous that Twitter removed it. He has been a proponent of herd immunity, so then he's also denied that. Let's listen to something he said last week.
We can allow a lot of people to get infected, those who are not at risk to die or have a serious hospital requiring illness. We should be fine with letting them get infected, generating immunity on their own, and the more immunity in the community, the better we can eradicate the threat of the virus, including the threat people who are vulnerable. That's what herd immunity is.
You know, Jorge, 2 months ago, he was very quick to defend himself to my colleague Michael Smerconish and insist that he was not pushing herd immunity, which one other Harvard Medical School professor calls actually mass murder. And here he is now openly talking about it. What do you make about this transition kind of shift where now he's just unabashedly talking about herd immunity?
This is what makes this so nauseating. To a point, it's the fact that you can tell that there are different political agendas at play here. If we had herd immunity with this infection, seriously, there would be millions of people dead in this country. Herd immunity may work with a lesser infectious disease, but you still need 70 to 80% of the people in this country with antibodies. We don't even know how long antibodies last, so this is a very cavalier at best thing that he's proposing. And as far as masks, it's something which most scientists would be kicked out of their university for, which is to mine the data, meaning that he picked and he chose what information he wanted from a study to sort of validate his point, which was completely erroneous. In this study that showed that people that go to restaurants are more likely to get COVID, he basically just said, oh, look, they were wearing masks and they still got it. That's just bupkis. Masks save lives. This is completely irresponsible. And people just need to take care of themselves. And, let me tell you something. My patients and the people that I know, yes, are tired of this. Women with breast cancer are tired of chemo, but they persevere. All right, we cannot diminish the human spirit and our ability to persevere. So yes, we are tired, but damn it, we're going to persevere. And if that takes wearing masks for another year or so, we're going to do it.
Very well put. Dr. Rodriguez, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
Trump and fell off his rocker. Close the country down, man. That's all you gotta do. Never too late. I don't know who that is.
San Bernardino police say 45-year-old teacher Richard Gallardo admits to having an inappropriate conversation with a student. Gallardo taught at Public Safety Academy in San Bernardino, but investigators didn't say if that's the school the student attended. They say Gallardo sent the student several hundred text messages over the course of a month. Investigators say they determined the relationship never turned physical, but they believe Gallardo may have done this to other students. Anybody with any information is asked to call San Bernardino police. Katie Johnston for CBS LA.
All right, got no perv on alert. No perv. You alert. All right, 2 hours ago.
The numbers are fantastic, so we seem to be in very good shape. Any questions?
Can you give us the latest on stimulus talks?
Yeah, we're having talks today. We're discussing it today very solidly. We'll see what happens.
Talk with Leader
Nancy
McConnell.
Pelosi at this moment does not want to do anything that's going to affect the election, and I think it will affect the election negatively for her. So we'll see what happens, but there are talks going on as we speak.
Talk with Leader McConnell.
I don't want to comment on that. But the Republicans will come along.
Why did you criticize Dr. Fauci? Does it have anything to do with his high standing in public sentiment?
No, I think really Dr. Fauci's a very nice man, but we let him do what he wants to do. He gets a lot of television. He loves being on television, and we let him do it. Sometimes he says things are a little bit off, and they get built up, unfortunately, but he's a nice guy. I like him. But he's called a lot of bad calls. He said, don't wear a mask. And he said, don't ban China. There were bad calls. He admits that. And I don't hold that against him. If I did, I wouldn't have him. No, I think he's a nice guy. Huh? I don't want to. I don't want to hurt him. He's been there for about 350 years. I don't want to hurt him. Well, they used to say, don't wear a mask. You have people on both sides of it. But I'm okay. Excuse me. I'm okay with masks. I like it. I think it's good. A lot of people like it. This gentleman has done an incredible job in Arizona, and he's taken a very tough stand, but he's let his economy grow. And frankly, if they would have done that in Michigan and various other places where the governors just shut it down for everybody except for a husband, his attitude, they had a spike, and he let the spike play, and they were careful. And now your state is really in great shape. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. So proud of you.
Mr. said today that there'll be a lawsuit filed on Section 230 on the tech companies.
Who said that? Who said that?
Mark Meadows said that as soon as today there could be a lawsuit filed.
Well, they've been given great protection. And when they take down people like Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk is a terrific person. And I just heard that he was taken down. And how can you take down Charlie Kirk? He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock. He represents a point of view, and he's putting up something from the New York Post, which is a respected newspaper. I'll tell you what, the biggest winner of this whole thing is a newspaper called the New York Post, the oldest paper in our country. So what they have done is to really, I'm very proud of them.
Are you filing your lawsuit, or is the campaign filing?
You'll be seeing very soon. You don't understand. I understand well. You don't understand, and you never have understood.
Is going to be a repeat of 2016?
I think so. I think we'll do better than 2016. We're way ahead of where we were in 2016, and I've done things that nobody's ever done. We built the greatest economy in the world, and we're building it rapidly again. If you look at Arizona, you look at the job they've done, and I'm just leaving other states. Every one of these Republican-run states are doing phenomenally. The Democrat-run states are not, but they're not going to affect our numbers very much. I think they're going to open up on November 4th. They'll be opening up on November 4th. And by the way, the fact that Kristen Welker is, a dyed-in-the-wool radical left Democrat or whatever she is, okay, then ask, why are you defending her? Then ask her, why did she delete her account? Would you please have her put her account back? And you know what? It's not going to affect, I know you want to stick up. It's not going to affect me. I'm going to be there. But, I told you about the last one, and I was right. And I told you about Savannah Guthrie, and I was right. And I'm telling you about Kristen Welker. Kristen Welker should put all of her statements back on. She deleted her entire account. She shouldn't do that. But what? I have no idea. I'm doing this. What am I doing to prepare? I'm doing this. I've done very well in debates, and you do what you do. You just do what you do. The last debate I had 2-on-1. I usually have 2-on-1 at least, and I did well on the last debate, and we did well with Savannah Guthrie based on reports. But all you can do is, you go around. We do interviews with you. This is like, I call this debate prep. This is actually tougher than a debate. If you want to know the truth.
Will you do the testing before the debate, and will you yes, the COVID testing, and will you authorize your doctors to tell us when?
Sure, I would have no problem with it. Not only am I free, positive, or whatever, what would you call it? I'm totally free, right? Not only am I free, I'm immune, they say. They say if you've had it, you're immune. Now the question is, are you immune for 4 months or for the rest of your life? That's the only thing we don't know.
Do you authorize your doctors to tell you when you tested negative last before the last?
Is that very important to you? You seem to be so intent. But if it's so important to you, why is it so important to you?
We want to know how long you may have that.
Why?
We want to know to follow the rules.
No, but why is it so important to you? Look at the dedication. Yeah, my doctors have already given it. My doctors have given more information than has been given on any human being in the history of the world.
Strategy seems to be to call Biden a criminal. Why is that?
He is a criminal. He's a criminal. He got caught, read his laptop, and you know who's a criminal? You're a criminal for not reporting it. You are a criminal for not reporting it. Let me tell you something. Joe Biden is a criminal, and he's been a criminal for a long time, and you're a criminal in the media for not reporting it. Good luck, everybody. Have a good time.
Okay, that's our President of the United States. Okay. And anybody here voting for Donald Trump? Anyone here voting for Donald Trump? Oh, we got a problem here. The chat not updating. Yeah, the chat not updating. All right. Then let's delete it. Let's go back and get another one. They're on chat not updating. We have to back out. We have to back out. Right? Couple timestamps. And let's said old Trump. Don't say old Trump, say no Trump. It's something wrong. Y'all can defend him all you want. There's something wrong with that man and you know it. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. There's something wrong with that man. Egotistical, narcissistic, cry-babyish. Everybody should do this. Dump that Trump vote. Dump that Trump vote. Dump that Trump. Dump that chump. Why not dump that Trump? He ain't no good. Dump Donald Trump. Kick him in his rump. But we know that he's no good. Won't go to the hood. He's never understood. Silly Donald Trump, and he's a chump. Don't vote for that chump Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Secret Service gonna be knocking on my door tomorrow. Secret Service is gonna be knocking on my door.
Deputies are investigating a homicide in North Sacramento. Investigators were called to Oak Hollow Drive near Roseville Road around 5:30 last night. Deputies said they found a man shot in the head there, but they have not said anything about a possible suspect in the shooting.
Right there. Dear me.
Police say a woman that showed up to court was then arrested for suspicion of unemployment insurance fraud. 21-year-old Jasmine Ugalde was at Riverside Superior Court for unrelated charges of identity theft and fraud. She was then arrested for using stolen identities to fraudulently acquire EDD unemployment benefits. Riverside police say the state employment department normally investigates these benefit fraud cases, but their system has been completely overwhelmed with an increase in cases, adding local law enforcement is now investigating the fraud occurring within their jurisdictions. Katie Johnston for CBS LA.
Liz says some still believe that he is the best vote. They have that right. I don't like how the pandemic was handled. If he's reelected, we are screwed. That's just my opinion. Well, people have the right to do what they want. But don't cry about it. If we get reelected, hey, nothing I can do about it. Except we had to deal with him, we'll cover him again. For 16 hours ago. I have no idea, so I'll take a chance. I have no idea what a gig is.
A new study finds 4 out of every 5 California freelancers is struggling to cover living expenses during the coronavirus pandemic. The UCLA Labor Center released this report today, claiming 80% of gig workers could not meet household expenses. 49% of those who answered the survey said they were forced to stop working when the pandemic first started mid-March. Of those who kept working, 70% saw their hours reduced. 300 Bay. Pete Johnston for CBS LA.
That's it. Other than the woman in the picture having a nice rear, I mean, what? I shouldn't have said that. All right, 7 hours ago.
Owner of an historic San Francisco business caught on camera flashing his gun. Video you'll see only on ABC7. Tonight, he explains why he's taking matters into his own hands to defend Chinatown. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Dion Lim. That dramatic video is from outside the Golden Gate Fortune Cookie Factory. I spoke exclusively to the co-owner tonight.
The guy just pushed like this real quick. He did the first push real hard.
This brazen daytime assault happened Saturday afternoon outside Chinatown's iconic Golden Gate Fortune Cookie Factory, where the man in the black sweatshirt singles out one of about a dozen tourists and attacks. We blurred the man's face because he has not been arrested.
The guy asked the black guy why he pushed. He said, "Oh, because you're staring at me 2 blocks away."
What makes this story remarkable is what unfolds next. Co-owner of the factory, Kevin Chan, seen in the gray sweatshirt with green sleeves, immediately steps in and lifts up his shirt to reveal,
I have a concealed carry that needs to protect my business.
Just the sight of it is enough for the man in the black sweatshirt to leave.
Because he's kind of scared too, so he don't want to go any further.
Tourism in Chinatown was down 35% before the pandemic. Once COVID hit, business went down for some as much as 90%.
Where you guys come from?
Well, some tourists are coming back, as we witnessed Sunday night.
This is the original machine to make fortune cookies. They are 1956.
Kevin can't afford for incidents like this to scare visitors away.
You think the people will come? They will have that impression. They will blame it in the Chinese community.
Kevin decided not to file a police report, afraid it would go nowhere. So he is choosing to tell his story, to send a message to local leaders.
Not to defund the police, but to reform the police and to reorganize them, not just take away the resource. And our community needs the resource.
What would you say to people who consider you a hero?
I'm not a hero. I just do my job to protect my family, my business, my people, my guests.
All righty.
Begin with more deadly gun violence in the city.
Sources tell us the shooting happened inside this restaurant here behind me in the Bronx. And as you can see, it's still an active scene and a lot of police activity remains. You can see this group here of detectives. They've been here really all morning. The crime scene unit actually just got here as well. Now witnesses tell us a party was going on inside the establishment when the gunshots erupted. Detectives canvassed the scene of a triple shooting at Mixed Tex restaurant in the Bronx Monday. Socrates Santos was in the back when he heard gunshots ring out in the front room.
My reaction was wrong. That's what I did. I run.
The shooting happened around 7 in the morning. Santos says about 20 to 30 people were gathered inside, drinking and dancing to a DJ when the sound of shots pierced the room.
I didn't have the time to stop to look back. I didn't want to even look back. Because, if you stop for a second, anything can happen.
Police say 3 people were shot and transported to St. Barnabas Hospital. The 19-year-old woman suffered a gunshot wound to the shoulder and was pronounced dead at the hospital. A 28-year-old man and a 30-year-old man are in stable condition. Lucio Javier Lora was sitting outside in his vehicle when the shooting happened.
He was sitting inside the car and he couldn't move when he felt the noise for the shot.
He heard the shots, felt the impact, and got up to discover his car had been shot at. He called the police to tell them what happened. Investigators say they are now searching for a car with New Jersey plates that fled the scene. Meanwhile, Socrates Santos is still in shock.
This is my first time seeing this. It scared me a little bit, because I've seen it happen before, but not like this.
So right now, police are not saying if there were any intended targets of this shooting. A motive also remains unclear. We're live this afternoon in the Fordham Heights section of the Bronx. Kieran Dillon, CBS 2 News.
All right, Kieran, thank you.
I don't know why I got the munchies.
Owner of an store.
I might actually be eating to stay awake. Uh-oh, isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? This sorry floozy. She's always full of bull crap and lies.
Come here, Callie.
check, your salary check. So is it, okay, never write about that. If I ever didn't give it up, it would be headlines. Trump refused. These people are the worst. But is that true, Candy? Take up a look.
That is absolutely true, Mr. President. Let me tell you this, guys. With your help, we can beat social media. We can beat the media because we have the greatest fighter in the history of this country in President Donald J. Trump.
So great. She is so great.
Four more years and 4 more tears. 4 more years, 4,000 tears. Come on, man. The heck? What are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing? Uh-oh. Something whining. What? Yeah. Whining, sir? Are you whining? 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 Hit the refresh button on that, please. Can you refresh the news for us, please? They said if COVID wasn't serious, he wouldn't have been put in the hospital. Or not, if it was for precautions. He said, be right back. I had to check my food. Smells good. Water. Oh, let's check this out.
Here with electrified use, and today we are reviewing the V-Bike Leno 20 folding fat tire electric bike. We're going to dive into the specs on this, but first, let's roll the B-roll.
That's what you might get with trouble at. Come on, man, with the music. Why are you playing music, man? Tell us about the daggone bike.
Size, this one right here, and 2 colors.
I don't understand people, man.
Right now, they might offer more colors in the future. I don't know. But right now, it's just black and white. This one frame size has a starting price of $13.99. We're gonna get into the specs later, but it's $13.99 for this one right here. If you want to upgrade the battery, the price jumps to $16.99 for about 50% more capacity for the battery. So, if you're looking for a long-term commuter, maybe something to consider, bumping up the battery here. Now, V-Bike, V-Bike here, this is a Canadian company. They're based in Canada, so the great thing about that is they're going to be a nice company, right? The customer service is probably going to be really, really good. That's just typically how it is. And what's kind of cool about these guys here is the owner, the guy's name is Vahid. He's actually a PhD. The dude's a doctor, and he built his first e-bike back in 1985. So the guy does have here with the e-bike industry and just kind of, I guess, building them and kind of creating them. So that's kind of a cool little history right there. And I think one other cool thing about this company here real quick before we dive into the specs is V-Bike, right now at least, they've only got folding bikes on their website, which is kind of cool because it makes them like a specialized
company, right? They're only dealing with folding bikes, and we're unique, you know, like maybe they're the company, maybe they're the folding e-bike company, and that's kind of what they specialize in. If you want a good folder, you know, you can kind of check it out here. Yeah. So, all right, look, let's dive into the specs here on this bike, starting with the motor back here in the back. This is going to be a 500-watt geared hub motor in the back, about 750 watts of peak power, 500 watts of nominal power.
You gonna start doing this mess? Ah, come on, man.
About 28 miles per hour, maybe even a little faster. This is a very quick bike. It's a well-tuned, fast motor here. You can reach that top speed with the throttle right here on the left-hand side, which is live from 0 miles per hour, as long as you're in a positive pedal assist mode. Or you can hit that up with the cadence sensing pedal assist. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get a shot of it here. But this is a cadence sensor. And like all cadence sensors, it's going to have some latency from the time that you start and stop pedaling to the time that the motor actually activates and deactivates. We always want to call that out because some people prefer torque sensors, but the reality is torque sensors are great, but they do cost a lot more money. And most of the time, even if there is latency with a cadence sensor, you can override that latency with the throttle. So if for some reason you're feeling like the cadence sensor is not sensitive enough for you, it's not picking up your cadence quick enough, just tap throttle to get going, and then you can kind of like overcome you can overcome that like.
Oh, I get this dweeb off my TV screen. I'm sorry. God, no, man, you be late. Yeah. You won't be telling us about the bike. Don't nobody care about that stuff, man. How many miles can you go on the battery? What's the weight limit? How fast does it go? What is the usual percentage on full throttle only for the lazy people? And then what's the percentage on people that use the pedal assist? These are questions that people want to know. How big are the tires? Does it have front and rear suspension? This is what people want to know. You talking about stupid stuff, man. I'm just saying. I don't think this exists. Do they got one that do 1200 watt? Oh, this is the one I saw on Amazon. Y'all see that? Yeah. I don't like that motor being in the front. I don't like that. Him showing it, but God darn. What's this? Oh, heck no, we can't do that. Do we? It pisses me off when I type something and it don't pop up. I'm just saying. She said, do we? 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 She was a do we? Do we? Do we? Do we? Do we? Do we? That's a bad mama jama right there. Yeah. All right, here's the one that was on Amazon. Ain't got no suspension. Where the suspension at? Where the suspension? That's all I want to know. Where is the suspension? Where is the suspension? Alright. I'll change that. The 1000 watt. Got anything in that range? Is that just pictures? Just pictures. That's 800 watt. Oh man.
Alright, I just unpacked this triad, and I haven't even taken all the packaging off it yet. But I'm going to give it a quick little charge, and I'm going to give it a test drive. This is the new Quantum Dual model with dual rear motors. Got 13-inch tires on the back, all-wheel disc brakes, 2-tire on the front here, front suspension, headlight. They come with the tail lights and brake lights too. This unit also has wireless remote ignition, which I'm going to use. I'm not going to take the keys off it. Turn it on. Headlight.
There's a rear motor, and then why is there a hub motor in the tire?
5, 9, and this model is 18 miles an hour. Forward and reverse. It's got the little key entry there. And not even going to give it a full charge yet. I just want to test it out and see what it does out on some hills. Grass. Goes right up and down those steep hills. And
if the motor is in the rear, why is there a hub motor in the front? I'll ask again. That's a hub motor in the front.
Alright, we're going to go climb that hill up there. Looking at probably about a 30-degree incline right there on the grass. Let's go see how we do it. Okay, that was no problem. Let's find another one. That hill right there, about 30 feet. Gotta be 20%, easy 25. That was just easy, just no problem, not even full power. up that hill like nothing. It's just not a problem. This new quantum duel from Triad is so much fun. It's got tons of power. The traction on this thing is great. It goes right off the pavement, right over the grass, up hills, on grass, no problem. Doesn't even need to use the full power to get up these steep hills. And it is so much fun to drive. This thing just is a lot of fun. Let's go take this thing down the road a little bit more, pick up some speed. I don't really need to travel fast all the time, but it sure feels good to go a little faster with traffic around me. It goes super slow when you want it to go slow. The speed selector is great. It's a really smooth ride. The brakes are really smooth. It slows down fantastic. Front and rear brakes are great. The disc brakes are nice and smooth and easy to use. This thing picks up speed so quick. It's awesome. And it is moving. This new quantum duel from Triad is so much fun. I love it.
I might have to do some research on that. You might have to do some research on that. Alright. Let me stop boring, y'all. I'm sorry. Get back to the news. Uh-oh.
Well, we've learned the victim of a deadly shooting in Patterson, New Jersey is the brother of a famous rapper. Fetty Wap is on the left of the picture here. Originally from Patterson, he posted a picture on Instagram remembering his brother. On the right, Tyshawn Depew. Now, the 26-year-old was shot and killed on Lawrence Street on Thursday night. So far, no arrests have been made.
So your brother's a rapper making money, but you out there messing around, got yourself killed. So even if you do get blessed with money, still don't help it. All right, it's 13 minutes ago.
Pandemic remains the main topic, of course, on the presidential.
The pandemic has now surpassed 40 million cases worldwide. It's Brennan here now in studio with more. Dick.
Well, Christina Maurice, the president is now targeting his own infectious disease doctor. On a campaign call, President Trump lashed out at Dr. Anthony Fauci, but it's clear while he's not happy with Fauci, he won't try to get rid of him because politically, not a good idea.
People are tired of hearing Fauci and all these idiots, these people that have gotten it wrong. Every time he goes on television, there's always a bomb. But there's a bigger bomb if you fire him.
The president on a campaign phone call, apparently not happy with Anthony Fauci's appearance last night on 60 Minutes when he had this exchange with Dr. John LaPook.
Has the White House been controlling when you can speak with the media?
You know, I think you'd have to be honest to say yes.
Later on camera, Mr. Trump denied censoring his appearances.
But we let him do what he wants to do. He gets a lot of television. He loves being on television, and we let him do it.
The 60 Minutes report pointed out that 4 years ago, Fauci remarkably predicted an outbreak much like this one in detail. But Mr. Trump selectively highlighted comments Fauci made early in the pandemic.
He's called a lot of bad calls. He said, don't wear a mask. And he said, don't ban China. There were bad calls. He admits that. And I don't hold that against him. If I did, I wouldn't have him. No, I think he's a nice guy.
At a rally later, Mr. Trump returned to Fauci again, mocking this time how he threw out the first pitch on opening day at Nationals Park.
There's a ban on him, but he's a good guy. He's a good guy. A lot of our people don't like him. I like him. You have to understand him. He's a promoter.
But the president then returned to more familiar territory, blasting the media.
People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards. They're not...
The latest CBS News Battleground tracker shows Joe Biden slightly ahead in Arizona. Biden has no campaign appearances this week until the debate Thursday night. Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris appeared in Orlando, Florida.
So we know we need a change, and a change is coming.
In
Washington, the debate of a possible coronavirus stimulus package continues. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin are said to be still haggling over numbers.
We don't have agreement in the language yet, but I'm hopeful.
Now, Speaker Pelosi said the two sides were also still at odds over tax credits for working people with lower income and funding for state and local governments, but something could happen in the next couple of days. Christine.
All right, Dick, thank you.
Tacos
are ready when you are.
And we'll welcome you back in.
At least they're working on it. At least they're working on it. So is molasses. So is molasses. Why would you attack a 10-year-old baby? What?
Attack from behind. Yesterday we were at Micronesia Mall, and I was my son who were at the arcade. I walked into the arcade. All of a sudden a person came from behind me and punched my daughter, who was looking back towards directly in the face and making her fall forward.
The victim was 10-month-old Alexia Esser.
Bang.
Although Alexia was all smiles today, remnants of yesterday's bruising and swelling to her eye remain. Mother Alyssa is still stunned by the surprise attack.
Punched her directly in the face for no reason. I've never seen her before. Hadn't talked to anyone. No idea why she would shot her.
Arcade staff chased after the suspect but lost sight of her near the parking garage stairway. But she wouldn't be for long. Alyssa and her husband Fred posted this of the incident online. They also contacted King Wayne to help, and last night posted a video on all of her social media properties of the woman's arrest early this afternoon.
At around 1:45 p.m., officers from the CID division arrested the following individual: Yu Hua Han, female, Chinese, 44 years of age. She was arrested for the offense of aggravated assault, child abuse, and child endangerment.
Guam Police Department acting spokesperson Paul Takao says the community played a big role in Han's arrest. Han was located today at her place of work, Oriental Therapy Massage, just across the street on Micronesia Mall.
Public outcry, and with the help of social media, officers were assisted by third court probation officers in identifying the suspect.
UAM files show Han is the same woman who stabbed a baby back in 2009 outside Lone Star Steakhouse in Twenty. The 23-month-old was stabbed in the thigh and the baby's father in the chest, trying to stop the attack. Both baby and father were treated for their injuries at Naval Hospital. But were the attacks coincidence? The mother of the baby, 2009 stabbing, reached out to the UK.
The woman who sent us a message said that she recognized the woman exactly like the woman, and that her baby looked exactly like Alexia, had blonde hair, eyes, and they said two that could be.
2009 case expunged as the court could not confirm or deny the availability of records related to the AG's office also did not have records. While Guam Behavior Health and Wellness Deputy Director Peter Alexis Ada tells KWAM not confirm whether Han is at their. Han is scheduled to appear before a magistrate judge this for more information on her prior should be available. Until then, the Essers who have called Guam home for the last 4 years and their gratitude to the local community.
I'd say thank you. Such a positive response from everyone on Facebook. So many times threads turn into fucking. We've been forced to argue.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Crystal Paco.
That daggone shame. They gonna whoop her butt in jail. They gonna whoop her butt in jail. Don't be surprised if we come back with an update and she all beat up. What kind of woman would hit a 10-month-old child for no reason? I'm asking you, Liz. You're the only one talking. What kind of woman would hit a 10-month-old little girl, punch her in her face? And this ain't the first time. She stabbed a little boy in the thigh and stabbed his father in the chest. What does she have against blonde, blue-eyed, 10-month-old little babies? When the women in that daggone courthouse, that jailhouse, in her cell block, when they find out what she there for, as soon as them lights go out, as soon as they catch her in the restroom, when they catch her in the hall where there ain't no cameras at, somebody gonna beat the crap out that woman. How do you hit? I'm just saying, how do you hit a little baby? Punched her in her face. Stab a little baby in the thigh. What did that baby do to her? Nothing. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand. How the heck could you put your hands on a little baby? 7 years ago. I don't know what that case is. Can't comment on it. Well, ain't no news, but news at.
Donovan Fonseca is facing 3 counts of attempted murder after the Los Angeles County District Attorney says he tried to kill 2 transgender women in 2 separate attacks. His charges include allegations the attacks were committed for the benefit of a gang. He's accused of stabbing a transgender woman in MacArthur Park August 21st. The district attorney's office says the same victim was then stabbed again September 1st. Fonseca has been accused of stabbing another transgender woman in the same park last week. He's being held on more than $1 million bond, and if convicted, faces up to life in prison. Johnston for CBS LA.
Back on with all the hate crimes mixed in, I guess so. If you don't believe in same-sex relationships, just don't be around the people. Oh, brand new. She ain't here, but I play it for her.
Billy's and Flares. See, look at it. I see it. For the women, Batman.
We didn't see nothing.
I'm clicking back, y'all.
What are we supposed to be saying, sir?
Look at it, play all the time, just take over video. Look at this. Play. Look, y'all, it's the same one. Guys all tied up. Look at it. I pray that guys all tied up. They doing the fake thing, tying the guy up. Why the heck you would do that?
You know, he was funny at first, and now you just getting whacked. I'm sorry. Just getting whacked now.
From the Arlington area tonight, you're looking at a live scene at the Arlington Heights Elementary School where police say a shooting investigation happened.
A man and a 7-year-old shot during a football game. This is a developing story. Started just after 6 o'clock tonight. So in the last 30 minutes, police are telling us that the man died at the scene, a 7-year-old suffering from non-life-threatening injuries.
And they do believe the two are possibly father and son. News4Jax reporter Maggie Lorenz is live at the scene. Maggie, there are several people at the park. Did the police say whether or not this was a random act of violence?
This was not a random shooting. We just got an update from JSO. A lieutenant tells us that the shooter targeted the father and son who were spectators watching the football game here at this field. This is the Arlington Football Association field next to Arlington Heights Elementary, but the shooting was not affiliated with the school. That lieutenant that I talked with says he does not believe that the 7-year-old shot was playing in the game but was watching with his father. Now we want to go ahead and show you video of the game in which you can hear multiple shots fired. This video has been shared hundreds of times already on Facebook. We do want to warn you this may be difficult to listen to.
Got some shots fired. Out of the game. And somebody's shooting. Got some shots fired. Damn shame.
After the shots are fired, you can hear all that commotion and see players dropping to the ground. According to JSO, the shooter got out of a gray or silver SUV wearing a gray hoodie and a mask, fired the shots, then sped off. A witness we talked with who was at the game but did not wish to be on camera tells us the violence in the street, it has got to stop.
It's just crazy. Cheering outside, having a nice time, playing football. And then y'all bring street madness to a child's football game. But my question to every black mother, every black child, every black father out here.
Where the mask at?
We so quick to holler Black Lives Matter. We marched with George Floyd. We had something to say about Breonna Davis. When we gonna stop killing each other? When we gonna stop
letting Breonna Davis
to ourselves? When we gonna stop cutting our children lives matter? Because what went on today was unnecessary. It wasn't even called for.
While the two victims are believed to have been targeted, obviously with this many people in attendance for a youth sports game, shots fired into the crowd, JSO says it is a blessing. More people were not hurt in this, but obviously still very tragic that a father and son were shot trying to watch sports on a Sunday evening. The lieutenant that I talked with could not confirm whether this was gang related or not. We're live in the Arlington Heights area. I'm Maggie Lorenz, Channel 4, a local station.
And to give us some more perspective on this shooting, we're now going to our crime and safety expert, Ken Jefferson, who joins us by phone. Ken.
Yeah, Ken, first I want to start with you. One thing police tell us tonight is they have a suspicion this may have been targeted, as we heard, a father and a 7-year-old, possibly his son. Any idea what police might know here or why they're saying that?
Well, they're saying that based on investigation. You have to understand, police aren't going to give us everything that they're doing. They're not going to show their hand in every aspect of everything that they're doing because they're trying to hone in on a suspect. So they have to work their lead and they have to work backwards to do so. But, I just want to say that this is just a cowardly act whoever is responsible.
And Ken, I want to interrupt you real quick. We're looking at this dramatic video on the screen right now. These players went down to the ground. People started scattering. Is that just kind of how you react in an open field like this? Is terrifying.
Well, as I was saying, this is just a cowardly act by whoever's responsible for this. When you got hundreds of young people there along with their parents, people out enjoying a football game, and someone would come recklessly with a gun and just open fire, whether the person was targeted or not. It's just a cowardly act, and I don't see very happy when JSO finds them and locks them up.
And Ken, also, if you could talk about this happened in broad daylight. You can hear the gunshots. There are people that saw the vehicle. So far, JSO has said it was an SUV that was either silver or gray. Someone saw a gunman get out of the back of that vehicle and then begin to shoot. Talk about how critical witnesses will be in this.
Well, police are going to talk to as many people as they possibly can, particularly those who were close by the incident when it happened. It's good they have a vehicle description and probably a partial description of the suspected gunman. So they've got some good information that they're working. But again, key is going to be persons actually that was close to the incident when it actually happened.
All right, again, thank you so much, Ken, for talking with us about this, our crime and safety expert. Of course, we'll continue to follow this story online as well at news4jax.com as it continues to develop and police search for that gunman.
Now, you got somebody punching a little girl in the face, little 10-month-old girl. Now you got people shooting at a youth football league, and they sitting there. Oh Lord, check this out, Liz. We were just talking about somebody living in a high rise.
Investigating the death of a young boy in Manhattan.
The teen fell from the balcony of an apartment complex near West 43rd Street and 9th Avenue. CBS 2's Christina Fan, live now in Midtown with what we know. Christina.
Well, Maurice and Christine, very mysterious circumstances surrounding how this 13-year-old boy died. We know that he lived here on the 20th floor of this apartment complex with his family, and that is where he was when he plunged to his death from the balcony around 6 o'clock this morning. Sources tell us the boy's mother and sister were both inside the apartment at the time. They told officers the 13-year-old was on the terrace and believed he was doing his homework. When first responders arrived, they found the teen on the sidewalk and say his injuries were consistent with those of a fall. Police say it's unclear right now if the teenager slipped or if he may have jumped. Neighbors who knew him say he was happy, healthy, and full of energy. They're also wondering what led to such a tragedy.
I don't think there are any more. He's very young, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just a tragedy. But I'm wondering how he fell, because our terraces are high.
And police tell us that investigation into the 13-year-old's death continues here. At the moment, they are not suspecting any foul play, but they have not ruled out suicide. We also know that the tenants in the building plan to hold a candlelight vigil for that 13-year-old here later tonight. Reporting live from Midtown Manhattan, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
All righty.
Christina, thank you.
All righty. Alrighty. We covered this in the first show, but this is 9 minutes ago. This is the same story? It couldn't be. 9 minutes ago.
Does chili taste better?
I'm just saying it can't be the same story unless there's an update on it.
In North Jersey, a bigger, sleeker motor vehicle commission center opened in Wayne.
Now, the state says it can handle more customers at a time, but there was still a long line when it opened. CBS 2's Lisa Rosner reports from Wayne.
By 7:30 Monday morning, chairs and sleepy faces wrapped around the parking lot for the first day of the brand new Wayne Motor Vehicle Center. It's 3 times the size of the original, with quadruple the amount of service windows and double the parking spaces. But still a similar sight to what we saw at the old facility here last month.
This was organized chaos.
If people come, they should plan to be here for hours, maybe most of the day.
Ever since the agency closed in March, then reopened in July, hordes of backlogged customers have flooded centers statewide. In Wayne, one person told us they arrived at 4 a.m. When doors opened at 8, everyone got a number.
Number 1, please start filling out the form, start having your cell phone out.
Wayne is the last location to implement a system of notifying customers by text message when their turn is up. But the line did not dissipate until 2 hours after the doors opened. After 12 p.m.,
Now I see people moving in and only a quarter of the line.
so we asked the MPC's chief, Sue Fulton, what kind of investments are being made in technology to make lines like this move faster. Why didn't the state also take that money and look into restructuring the computer system?
We have deployed upgrades to our technology virtually every 2 weeks since July. The entire point of sale system was upgraded last year.
The problem is when I tried to do it online, the system I think is just overloaded and it kept kicking me off.
Why can't the MPC have an appointment system?
We've done appointment systems with Real ID. People waited 3 months and still, or longer. We experienced between 30 and 50% no-shows.
Chief Fulton adds no-shows mean clerks doing nothing and still long lines for people waiting. Plus, a COVID case could close an entire facility and cancel everything. In Wayne, New Jersey, Lisa Rosner, CBS 2 News.
Chief Fulton says at most locations, customers do not need to line up overnight. Most who arrive by 10 a.m. are seen the same day. She says the exception is Newark and Wallington.
That daggone shit, you need to hire some more people now. Y'all making that much money, then y'all need to get some more people working. You making that much money, people coming in like that. Uh-oh. My city. Oh no, it's my city, my pretty. It's my city.
One dispute, one confrontation, and it can then turn deadly quick.
Bullet holes pierce a home in Annapolis. One person is dead and 3 others injured after an overnight shooting. Good evening, I'm Rachel Cardin. Two of those victims, are teenagers. WJZ is live tonight at Shock Trauma. Annie Rose Ramos explains what we know so far. Annie Rose? Rachel, this shooting left 1 Baltimore man dead, 2 teenagers wounded, and a 4th victim who is now here at Baltimore Shock Trauma. At least 4 victims from this one shooting in Annapolis. Just after midnight Sunday, several shots rang out on Clay Street in Annapolis.
Officers responded and located a 28-year-old male suffering from apparent gunshot wounds.
The man, later identified as Sean McGowan from Baltimore, died from his wounds. As officers searched the scene, they found more victims.
Moments later, officers located 2 17-year-old juvenile females in a residence of 103 Clay Street suffering from apparent gunshot wounds.
Moments later, Anne Arundel Medical Center called the police to tell them another victim showed up to the hospital for help.
Another adult male who's 26 years old walked in there with apparent gunshot wounds.
4 victims from a shooting. Some residents say started with a party.
It may have been a party. We do know that it was some type of disagreement, some type of argument that led to a fight that ultimately led to the shooting.
Without any suspects, police spent Sunday canvassing the neighborhood.
We'll be knocking on door to door to try to find out anything that we can possibly that would lead us to a suspect.
Local leaders say Sunday's bloodshed was unlike anything this community has seen before.
We have had homicides, but nothing as random as this. This was an attack.
Hey, you got the same mask I got.
Head of the Public Safety Committee suggesting more police.
Place officers in every challenged community in this city, 24/7, 366, and this would be indefinitely. No one has ever said, Ms. Rhonda, please remove the officers from our community.
Knowing this much violence can shatter a community.
But when you have this level of violence, for me personally as a police chief, it's very, very frustrating.
We got a problem in this city and we need to do something about it.
And Rachel, police are asking anyone with any information to please come forward. Reporting live from Shock Trauma, I'm Annie Rose Ramos for WJZ.
Okay, I'm confused. Somebody help me out with something. I thought that happened in Annapolis. That's supposed to be the richy rich area. That's the state capital. That's supposed to be where the money is. That's supposed to be where the money is. Right? Oh, wait a minute. There go my boy. That's from the same company that made my bike. That's the 7. The 7 Plus. That's a plus.
Hey everyone, Micah here with Electric.
What's up, Micah?
I'm reviewing the Swagtron EV7 Plus, a budget-level electric folding bike. Let's take it for a ride.
Let's check it out.
Swagtron EB7 Plus is the latest edition of one of Swagtron's best-selling e-bikes.
They got a
the
real
bike
shot.
is just $699, putting it in the ultra-budget e-bike category. At that price, it's hard to ask too much from it, but it still comes with some decent performance specs. It has a top speed of 18 miles per hour or 30 kilometers per hour, thanks to its 350-watt rear hub. And the acceleration is actually pretty good, since the small 16-inch wheel helps the motor put out more torque than larger wheels. The bike can get up to 20 miles or 32 kilometers of range, but that will require some pedaling help from you. There's both pedal assist and throttle, and while I'm guilty of using mostly throttle, the bike is certainly pedalable as well. That being said, there is a limit to how fast you can pedal it. That's because the small wheels make it hard to pedal the bike much faster than around 12 miles per hour or 20 kilometers per hour. You do get a 7-speed Shimano drivetrain, which is actually surprising because a lot of bikes in this price range use cheaper, non-branded bike components. So the Shimano drivetrain is definitely a plus. But even with 7 gears, you can't get past the fact that the small wheels just can't be pedaled very fast with a single reduction. If you want to go faster than around 12 or 13 miles per hour, it's going to be throttle only for you. Another surprising feature of this bike, especially considering its price class, is that it comes with rear suspension. Now this is not mountain bike suspension, of course, and you're not going to be doing anything crazy, but it's sufficiently cushy that it will absolutely absorb a good bit of the road shock and just make for a nicer ride. While it'd be nice if there was front suspension as well, if you look at the weight distribution of the EB7 Plus, your weight is really over that rear wheel, so the rear suspension is going to be much more effective in terms of creating a comfortable ride compared to if there was front suspension. I did do a few curb hops here with a 6-inch or so drop, and the bike actually absorbed the drops pretty well. This would be a lot more jarring with a hardtail e-bike, so the bike does get props here. And to be honest, it's unlikely that you're ever going to have both wheels in the air like this on a standard commute. But the bike can do it, should you ever find yourself in that situation. The folding nature of the bike makes it great as a commuter e-bike, since with a quick fold, you could fit it under your desk or carry it onto a subway train. That means it has the utility of a scooter, but the comfort of a bicycle. And it's only about 40 pounds, which means short carries shouldn't be too much of an issue for most people. The battery is also removable. To remove it, you first fold the bike in the center. From there, you'll expose the keyhole, where if you turn the key to unlock the battery, you'll expose a little folding handle on top of the battery. From there, you just grab that little sucker and the battery slides right out. And check out how small the battery is. I mean, it's only 230 watt hours, so we knew it wasn't going to be too big, but in terms of sticking this little guy in a backpack or perhaps even the pocket of a pair of cargo shorts, it'd be pretty easy to bring a spare one with you if you needed it. All in all, I'd say I'm quite happy with the Swagtron EB7 Plus. Now, is it an amazing bike? No, of course not. I'd expect to get a couple years of moderate use out of it though, which is about all you can ask from a bike in this price class. This isn't a bike you're going to pass on to your grandkids, but it is going to get the job done as a good urban commuter for a budget. And that's what most people are looking for in an affordable e-bike like this.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that review. If you did, why don't you give it a thumbs up? And don't forget to subscribe so you can check out all of our electric vehicle videos. See you next time.
Well, since we're here, there's the one.
My dad is...
This is the one that's number one on, I think I showed you this video before. This is the one that's number one on my list. I hope the price come back down when we get the stimulus.
L2 is not your typical electric folding bike. It follows a more East Asian design, offering small wheels, dual moped-style suspension, a rear seat for a passenger or cargo, and a massive, nearly 1 kilowatt-hour battery for long-range driving. Hey everyone, Micah here with Electric, and today we're reviewing the Fido L2 electric bike. It's an awesome e-bike, and you're going to want to check this one out. Let's start with the tech specs like usual. We're rocking a 350-watt continuous motor in the rear wheel, but it feels a lot stronger than that. The bike runs on a 48-volt electrical system, so I'd expect this to be at least 500 real-world watts coming from that rear hub motor. The hill climbing performance is good enough to pretty much guarantee that we're looking at more than 350 watts here. The wheels are small at 14 inches, but that also translates into better torque from the rear hub motor. There's only a single gear, no multi-speed transmission.
That's what messed it up.
Fido did a good job with a compromise on the gear ratio, where you can still actually pedal at higher speeds while also feeling comfortable pedaling during slower hill climbs. You can also pop that seat up higher than I have it here, but since I ride mostly with throttle only, I usually keep the seat a bit lower, where I find it more comfortable having a lower center of gravity. The removable battery on the L2 is a 48 volt and 20 amp hour unit for about 960 watt hours, which for reference is around twice the capacity of a standard entry-level e-bike, and results in a range of somewhere between 50 to 80 miles or 80 to 130 kilometers. You might not believe me on that, but it's true, and part of the reason the range is so good is that the top speed on the L2 here is not that high. It only gets up to 15 miles per hour or 25 kilometers per hour. That's a little bit of a bummer, to be honest, but it makes the bike more efficient, and it helps result in that massive range. Now, how do I feel about the speed? To be honest, I definitely want more. When I hit the 15 mile an hour limit, it leaves me wanting to twist the throttle just a bit further and eke out a bit more speed. However, it's not too terribly limiting, especially for riders that are going to be in the city, using bike lanes, and otherwise are not planning on racing this thing. The Fido L2 is very much a utility e-bike, so it's not a speedster by any means. But for utility, it actually works great. That rear bench seat could carry a passenger or a cargo box for groceries or other necessities. When it comes to a passenger, there are no foot pegs, which is also a bummer, but you can use the rear axle as foot pegs in a pinch, or add your own. The bike folds quite small, which is an advantage over a lot of moped-style e-bikes that don't have a folding option. There are also built-in lights in the front and the rear that run off the battery. There's an electrical horn, there are disc brakes, and don't forget about that front and rear suspension. Basically, this is a very nice little e-bike with decent power and super long range, all for an incredibly affordable $729 from Amazon. And I'll put a link in the description below this video so you can find this model.
It's $829.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is the best bike in the world, because it certainly is not. But for $729, the build quality and the utility are both surprisingly good. I would have loved to see some nicer brakes and better quality plastic parts, like the fenders and the folding pedals, but I also have to be realistic. For half the cost of industry leaders like Rad Power bikes, I'm getting twice the range, plus rear suspension, and arguably more utility by being able to pull a passenger along with me, even if it's limited to somewhat smaller passengers. All in all, I'm pretty darn impressed with the value you get with this e-bike. For city dwellers, this could be a great solution to skip the Uber and take your own transportation. Hell, depending where you live, you could probably buy this bike for the same cost as just a couple months of Ubering around. And I'll admit, you may not look like the coolest kid in school on this bike, but at least you've got that rear seat to pick up chicks, just in case the Fido L2 actually does it for them.
Thanks for watching, everyone. We hope you enjoyed that review. If you did, why don't you give the video a thumbs up? And don't forget to subscribe either, so you can check out all of Electrek's electric vehicle videos. We'll see you here next time.
Now that bike is #1 on the list. 960 watt hours. Almost a gig of watt hours. For those of y'all that don't know what that means, that's power, range. That bike, you heard them, 50 to 71 miles to the charge, depending on your weight, whether or not you use the pedal assist, and whether or not you live around a bunch of hills, which I do. At 48 volt, 20 amp, and it's small. But it has a competitor. It has a competitor. Okay? It has a competitor. It has a competitor that I'm still trying to decide. But it has a competitor. Okay? I'm looking for it right now because it has a competitor. I'm just not seeing it right now. But it has a competitor. The #1 selling e-bike in America today. We ain't got to it yet. That's on his other channel. See, there's #1 right there. But where is the competitor? Why is it taking so long to find it? Where is the #1 e-bike in the country right now? The one everybody trying to get. And it ain't showing up. Now, with the deck of the Swagtron, we saw that the battery range is trash. There it is. Now this is the #2 contender.
Hey guys, Micah here with Electric.
It don't have no suspension
from Electric Bikes. This is probably the most affordable way to hit 28 miles per hour on an electric bicycle. Let's check it out.
Now 15 versus 28. That's the problem.
I've had the pleasure of riding around on the pre-production prototype for the Electric XP here, and have found it to be one hell of a ride considering the budget level price of just $899.
Wait a minute.
Earlier this summer, I had the chance to review the prototype for the Electric XP.
That was his commercial for the same bike. What?
At 28 miles per hour, it was a heck of a fun ride and a great taste of what was to come. And now that the Electric XP has reached full production, I'm back to test out the final
I got the
version of the
EB1.
Hey everyone, Micah here with Electric, and today I'm reviewing the Electric XP. It's a folding fat tire electric bike, and we're going to have a ton of fun on it. Let's check it out. At its current sale price of just $879, this e-bike simply screams bang for your buck.
That just says,
for not much more
hop on
than
me.
a cheap Walmart
Look at the
electric
screen.
bike, you can get a much higher quality and much more powerful e-bike. Electric XP.
You can change the settings on that screen and make it do
rear hub motor
28 miles per hour.
20-inch fat tire wheel. The small diameter of that wheel means you get great torque, while the wide tire means you can ride over just about any terrain. And as much fun as it is hitting trails or riding across a grassy park, most riders will likely be getting Electric XP e-bike for standard commuting or utility riding, which means a lot of road riding. And Electric XP excels here too. The bike is quick, nimble, and loves leaning hard into turns. When it comes to speed, the bike ships in 20 mile per hour mode, which keeps it classified as a Class 2 e-bike. That means it should be street legal pretty much anywhere in the US, except for maybe places with the most draconian of e-bike regulations. And for anyone who lives in an area where Class 3 e-bikes are legal, you can bump the speed of the bike up to the full 28 miles per hour by using the bike's display to reprogram the speed limit. Keep in mind that the higher speed will cause your range to take a hit though. The company rates the Electric XP for 25 to 50 miles of range based on its 500 watt-hour battery.
Now they got 25 to 50. The other one was 50 for 75.
Unlocked top speed.
So
the components of
you
the
take a hit in the battery.
Are what I would call good, but not amazing.
But instead of going 15 miles per hour,
and Tektro disc brakes. But then you also get nice features like built-in lights that run off the battery.
I can put that battery on that rack.
Rear rack. These are often optional accessories on other e-bikes that cost extra, but they're included in the price for the Electric XP. Speaking of the price, this bike is a serious deal. The MSRP is $1,099, which, to be honest, is already more than fair for what
it's
you're getting.
$899 now.
But if you grab one of these bikes soon, you can take advantage of the company's early Black Friday sale and get the bike for $220 off, bringing the price down to just $879. There's a link in the description below this video to snag that sale. For $879, this e-bike feels like a no-brainer to me. It's fast, it's fun, it's comfortable, it's just highly capable and, most importantly, affordable.
Why does it look so bad?
Sure, it doesn't have the most original design.
It's in 360.
Quality components.
Take it up to 1080, please. Please take up 1080. We can see.
But it's all great bang for your buck.
This bike is. Oh, look at that.
Considering that you could buy 2 of these bikes for less than 1 of the competition, that sounds pretty sweet to me. You can go riding with your partner without breaking the bank.
Got no suspension.
Sign me up. Thanks for watching, everyone. We hope you enjoyed that review. If you did, why don't you give it a thumbs up? And don't forget to subscribe either, so you can check out all of our electric
videos. Look at how sharp that bike is. Now see, that's the same thing, ain't it? Wasn't it the same thing? He made 2 videos on the same bike. Oh, they got me with that commercial. He made 2 videos on the same bike. Is that good?
Micah here with Electric. And today I'm reviewing the Electric XP from Electric Bikes. This is probably the most affordable way to hit 28 miles per hour on an electric bicycle. Let's check it out. I've had the pleasure of riding around on the pre-production prototype for the Electric XP here, and have found it to be one hell of a ride considering the budget level price of just $899. The 500-watt motor, which is actually pushing 800 watts of peak power, makes the bike nice and torquey. The 48-volt and 10.4 amp-hour battery gives you around 500 watt-hours of capacity, which is quite respectable for this price point. The only area the bike hasn't quite lived up to its specs is the speed. It's rated for 28 miles per hour or 45 kilometers per hour, but the prototype I've been testing comes up a tad short at around 25 miles per hour or 40 kilometers per hour. That's still pretty fast, but Electric Bikes tells me that the prototype doesn't have the final loadout that will push the speed all the way up to the max allowed for Class 3 e-bikes. So I'm excited to test the full production version soon enough and hit that 28 mile per hour top speed. In terms of ride quality, the Electric XP is about as good as it gets for a non-suspension bike. That's to say, it's comfortable on most terrain, except for the most bumpy. But on the street, you'll never even notice the rigid frame and fork, since the fat tires absorb all the bumps very nicely. And even if you want to get technical and start hopping curbs, the fat tire saves the day again and makes the bike surprisingly functional even without true suspension. One small advantage of not having suspension is that the bike doesn't weigh quite as much. It's still hefty at 59 pounds, but when you fold it up and compress that weight into a small package, it's still pretty manageable. The bike parts on the Electric XP are what I would describe as decent, but nothing that's going to blow you away. But again, we're talking $899 here as the pre-sale price. I don't think anyone was expecting top-shelf shifters or brakes. While the Electric XP might not be the fanciest e-bike out there, it has some great value. I'm not sure of a single Class 3 e-bike, i.e. a high-speed e-bike, that has a lower price than this one, and so it could be a great option for those that want to enjoy a fast, fun, and adventurous folding e-bike but can't afford a $1,500 price tag. At less than $900, Electric XP seems to be on its way to success. I look forward to getting more testing on the production version soon to verify all the claims and make sure this bike continues to deliver on its promises.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that review. If you did, why don't you consider giving it a thumbs up? And don't forget to subscribe to Electric so you can check out all of our electric vehicle videos right here.
All right, is anybody watching? I want an honest opinion. Now that Pelosi talking about she ready to deal. Let's get ready to deal. Which bike do y'all think I should get? Well, Liz, I showed you the two bikes that I was thinking of. The one that looked like a cargo bike that got the suspension on there, it got the bigger battery. It got a 48 volt, 20 amp. The one we just looked at is a bigger bike. Instead of 14-inch tires, it got 20-inch tires. It looks like a man's bike. It got a nice display on it. The other one display just some dials. It's not a digital display. But that smaller bike goes longer, but it has a 350 watt motor. The big bike, the bigger one we just looked at, it has a 500 watt motor, but it can max out at 850. So like you're going up a hill, it can go up to 850 watts. Right now I got 250 watts and I need the pedal to get it up the hill. So if I can get 850 watts, it'll definitely get me up the hill. Okay? I don't have to be afraid of the hills. Liz says she like the white. I like the black. That black is hot. That black just says, come get me, boy. And like I said, it doesn't have suspension. Now I can get a suspension seat. And that'll help my hiney. The fat tires will help with the bumps. 4-inch wide fat tires. It's almost like riding on balloons. It also has a shifter. So unlike the bike I got now, it doesn't have a shifter. It's only one gear. And that one gear is the low gear. That means it's in that low gear. So that low gear helps you get uphill. But when you riding on flat land, it's really hard to pedal. I mean, you'll break your legs trying to pedal, especially since I'm overweight for it. That really don't help. So, you know. But like I said, me and the motor can get us up most hills, not all of them, without breaking my daggone legs. So the power, it's more power, but the bigger one, it looks sexier. It's like, check me out on this thing here. It also will get me up the hills with less effort or no effort. I'll still get my exercise, but if I'm shot, I can just let the throttle do the work. Let the bike do the work if I get shot. And like I said, I could put a rack under the seat and get another battery for it. But the range, it's only, I think he said, what he said, it was 600 watt hours? Well, he said 500 watt hours. Them watt hours make a difference. But it depends on how many watts you putting out. You know, if it's dragging my 278 pounds, you know, it's gonna require more wattage. So I might have to have 2 batteries. The other bike might struggle up the hills more, but it'll have the battery range to compensate. So that's why I say it's a tough call, because they got full suspension, but it's on 14-inch fat tires. 20-inch fat tires will cover the bumps better. And like I said, I could get a suspension on the seat. Now they have one that has a 750 watt motor. I don't know if it has suspension, but I think that's like $1,200. I don't want to spend the whole $1,200. Did I get a flu shot? No, but when I go to the doctors again, I'm gonna ask. But I might be able to get it at Walgreens for free if I call. I'll be able to go to Walgreens and get it if they doing it. Like I said, I haven't had the flu. I haven't had the flu since 2016? When I was in the hospital for pneumonia. I got the flu, it turned into pneumonia. I haven't had it since. So. Yeah, well, I think I'll go again in November or early December. Liz said she got hers over the weekend. You got your flu shot? Like I said, I haven't had the flu since 2016, and I'm really surprised I haven't got the CV. So, for those people that say masks don't work, I'm surprised I haven't gotten it. I'm being honest with you. I'm really surprised I haven't got it yet. Liz said I only had it once. It wasn't fun. No, it ain't fun. But like I said, it really ain't fun if you smoke. Ain't nothing worse than having the flu and being a smoker. Because you take all that medicine and get yourself feeling some kind of decent way, and then you get the urge to smoke a cigarette and you really can't smoke it. You know, but you just get some nicotine in your body. And then you feel awful after you do it. And then you got to recover from it just to get back the way you was. You know, that's why I'm glad I don't smoke no more. I ain't gonna lie to you. Liz said, I think we'll all get the CV. But not if you be careful. And since we're using the scooter now, I got the hand sanitizer in the basket. So, I kept saying I was going to get a mini one for the bike. I never got around to it, Liz. I never got around to it. We'll have to see. But we get the CV, I'm definitely going to get the bike. All right, this is 34 minutes ago.
Following a developing story out of Fort Lauderdale, that's where police are looking for 2 suspects in deadly armed robbery.
And a violent confrontation was caught on camera. Local 10's Christian Del Rosa live now with the video police want you to see today. Christian.
And all of this happened around 2 a.m. Friday, but that surveillance video you're talking about was just released. It all went down on this Walgreens parking lot behind me on Andrews Avenue, Sunrise Boulevard. The 2 victims walking towards their car as the bad guys are creeping up to them. One of the victims is a teacher in a wheelchair. They are ambushed by the 2 armed robbers. The disabled teen is robbed of his jewelry. The other man shot several times, dropping to the ground, died at the hospital.
The family ain't doing good. We ain't doing good. We heard we want to find out who did this to my nephew. We want to find out who did it. And like you said, they know what happened to him, but we need y'all to find out what happened to him. That's all we need.
This woman says it was a nephew. 20-year-old Roderick Gallen lost his life. Detectives are learning Gallen and the had just left a party nearby and were walking to their car parked outside the Walgreens. So detectives tell us one of the suspects was wearing a black t-shirt and red shorts. That's all they know. So they're in desperate need of witnesses to come forward. They're really interested in finding out what's the description of the getaway vehicle. If you have that information, call police from remaining anonymous, calling Crime Stoppers 954-4936. 11 Fort Lauderdale. I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10 News.
Oh. Damn, that made no sense. How you rob somebody handicapped? How can you rob somebody handicapped? That's 2 years ago. Oh. That's a nice looking bike right there. That's an arm and a leg. I can tell by looking at it. It got 4 suspensions. I can tell that's an arm and a leg. Arm, leg, and 2 testicles. Let me see something real quick. Is that such a thing? $1,600. They say this is the cheapest. They say this is the cheapest folding power e-bike review. Well, check it out.
Here's BK42, and I want to show you this amazing unbranded affordable e-bike. For full disclosure, this isn't a sponsored video. I have a deal with the manufacturer to offer a special gift and a discount coupon for the new buyers.
48 volt, 14.5, full suspension. Always gotta have that daggone music, man. The music don't make the video. Man. Play music. Tell us about the bike.
This is what it looks like when it's folded now. But don't be fooled. This bike is a beast. From the pictures, you can't really tell what size it is. When you see it in the flesh, you realize how big this thing is. If you're looking for
It was in 360. Play it in 1080, please.
For a bike that you can easily fold and carry around with you, there are more suitable folding bikes out there. It weighs more than 30 kilos and it's not small. It does fold to make it easier to store in the winter, but I can't fit in with my car's boot. I'm 179 centimeters and I'm keeping the saddle and the handlebar pretty much at the minimum height level. So it won't be a problem for taller riders. This is not by any means a small and portable bike, but it is indeed a great all-terrain e-bike and a lot of fun riding it. Unfolding the bike takes some getting used to, but it's just a matter of finding the right position and some patience. There is a little support arm at the bottom to protect the chainring when the bike is folded. The folding frame mechanism is easy to use and can be adjusted for more or less locking pressure. To unlock it, you need to push the locking pin and pull the lever. Folding the handlebar is very simple. Turn the locking ring left, pull the folding lever and push the bar.
My bike does that, but it don't fold on the inside. I wish it did.
The battery is hidden inside the aluminum frame, so it's pretty clean looking. This one has a 48 volts, 14.5 ampere hour Samsung battery pack. The range is around 63 kilometers with one charge and pedaling. And the maximum speed is 40 kilometers per hour. It will drop drastically as the battery level drains. When the battery level is very low, it is still possible to ride assisted only, but the top speed at the maximum pedal assistance is around 18 kilometers per hour. It is not recommended to let the battery die before recharging it, as it can reduce the lifespan of the battery. Riding the bike without the power supply isn't too bad. The smaller 20-inch wheel and the frame design are not the best for a push bike, but I have traveled more than 20 kilometers with the system off. The manufacturer offers batteries going up to 17.5 amperes hour if you want more capacity. The charging process isn't fast, about 6-7 hours for a full charge. Replacing the charger with a faster one is unsafe, according to the manufacturer. It can be charged using the small plug located near the battery compartment. Or if you prefer, the charger can be connected directly to the battery pack as well. If ordering from this manufacturer, be sure to specify the appropriate charger plug type for the country you are living in. The bike comes with a set of keys. They are used to lock and unlock the battery compartment, and it runs with or without the keys on. This one comes with a Bafang 750 watt motor, but you can choose from 250 up to 1 kW. The motor accelerates very quickly, and it makes a cool sound. The torque's amazing. It's like a scooter power. This motor is powerful enough for any city hills. It comes with full suspension. The rear shock has adjustable stiffness, but even at its softest setting, I found it to be too hard. The front suspension can be adjusted as well to match my riding style. I got a Tektro hydraulic brakes with motor inhibitors which override the powerful motor. They are not the best hydraulic brakes, but they are pretty good. The 9-gear system is cheap, but it does the job. It comes with a Shimano Sora delator. Because of the powerful 750 watt motor, I can ride the bike with or without pedaling support, so shifting is not as frequent compared to a pedaling a normal bike. Although it is a cheaper drivetrain setup, the rear hub drive means that these mechanical parts will only be subject to normal rider pedaling power. If this was a powerful mid-drive bike, I would assume these cheaper components would likely deteriorate quite quickly. The Bafang C18 display allows the rider to configure the pedal assistance system. There are 5 levels plus the sport mode. The pedal assist is very responsive when I start pedaling, and it cuts the power very quickly when I stop. But I have noticed that how quickly it stops depends on the assistance level. Switching to sport mode seems to only change the display colors. I can't feel any power difference. The bike comes with a thumb throttle, but a twist throttle is also available. The handlebar is definitely a weakness. It's small and clunky. I will replace it soon and the manufacturer could improve it as well. The controls are uniformly laid across the bar and can be moved for a better fit. There is another adjustment clamp for the handlebar position. A colorful and big Bafang label display shows battery and speed information. It's very bright and easy to use. The display controls the integrated front and rear lighting, allowing the rider to switch the lights on and off when needed. The light sensor sensitivity can be changed in the setting as well as maximum speed and other options. If your phone runs out of battery, there is a USB charging port available, which is a great backup power source. The integrated headlight is bright and pretty strong. I received some complaints from other road users, so I keep it pointing down. The rear light is well designed and it works together with the headlight. There are no brakes or turning lights though. The 20-inch by 4 tires are massive. I do recommend going crazy in the ring colors. They really stand out. The kickstand is fairly cheap, but so far it still keeps the bike upright. I decided to remove the aluminum alloy fender and the aluminum alloy bash guard. They are great, but I just don't like them. The rear hack is simple. It's rated at 20 kilos and it's very sturdy, perfect for daily commutes. Once the order is placed, it takes about 1 month to arrive in Europe. Delivery can take longer if you customize the bike and lives further away. For a buyer I know in Ireland, it took a little over 6 weeks to arrive. So it does depend. Ask the manufacturer to get exact delivery estimates for your location. The customer service is great and very responsive. I decided to replace the folding mechanism just to make it look better, and they sent me a new one, charging only the shipping costs. You can see how easy it is to replace the lever in this video right here. All technical questions are answered very quickly as well. The bike is very well built. It's solid and all joints are neatly welded together. There are some upgrades to be done, but at this price range, I was expecting that. This bike is priced $987 USD, plus shipping and local taxes. I paid about $1,320 to be delivered in Warsaw, Poland.
Damn, give me no money left.
A total price that includes delivery to your door. The DDP shipping option will ensure you are not hit with any unexpected customs, tax, or delivery costs after the bike is shipped. I feel comfortable and safe riding this bike. Lots of fun riding it. No regrets. And finally, I was very concerned about how the bike would be delivered at my home, about the packing and so on. They pack it very well, with plenty of extra protection, and the carton box was huge.
Alright, wait a minute. Hold on. What was that called? The who? 1.5 thousand. Damn. Now they got commercial. This is 1.5. Can we get the 2,000 stimulus? Maybe the price will come down.
Charge a standard fee for all the reviews that we do here. This is not meant.
Man, who cares? Thanks for all that.
A steal, but of course we got to look at it and see. What are you getting for that money? Is that actually worth it?
Wait a minute, they had us at 360 to take it up to 1080.
This bike it's an adventure all-terrain bike.
Looks kind of dull.
To me, it's very specialized in that. There's a lot of bikes that they are good at a lot of things. They have different features or maybe a more average set of components for different use cases. This one is a little bit more specialized. We've got great tools for all-terrain here, and something that makes this bike special, check this out, we got full suspension here. We see the front suspension fork on quite a few folding fat tire bikes. This one's a little more travel than some of the other ones at 120 millimeters with these 30 millimeter steel stanchions, and it is of course adjustable for lockout here, and then you can also tune the preload on that suspension fork. But check this out, we've got a rear suspension frame here, and this is a basic component. It's nothing fancy. You only get 30 millimeters of travel and it's not adjustable. So, that's nothing to write home about, but it certainly gets the job done. It really helps to cushion out the ride a bit, and I do like the visual design of it with the trim on it. I think that goes really well. It goes with the visual appearance of the bike in general, which to me is just, it's very rugged. You've got weld points that are a little bit more rough and obvious, and the sharper angles on some of the frame components, and I like that. I like the rugged look. The frame color we're looking at here, this is the light gray, and it does come with two other color options. You also have a dark sea green and then a black. So you've got those options. There's one frame size, which is about a 20-inch frame. And for some perspective for you, if you're wondering if this bike's going to fit you, I like the fit on this one. I'm really tall. I'm 6'3", 190 pounds. And this one fits pretty well. The seat going up higher would be nice just because I have long legs, but I think it works just fine. And the stem here, just from the geometry, the handlebars sit up a little bit higher than normal, and so even with them at their lowest settings, I feel pretty comfortable there. As you can see, we've got some extra cables here, which is nice for raising this up a bit. Unfortunately, you get a little bit limited by the other cables down here going to the light and that front disc brake that are a bit restrictive on how far you can raise that. But like I said, I don't think you're going to need to raise it too far, because it being really tall, that already worked pretty well for me. While we're looking at the cable management, it is a little bit rough here with, these really hang out to the side a lot. I don't like that because they could snag on something, branches, especially if you're riding around out in the mountains, which is something you might want to do on this bike. Looking at the cables down here, running them right under the frame here, and it's a little bit messy with everything there, which, this is a prototype bike, which that's something we need to talk about here. This is a prototype, so there's a couple things on it that are a little bit different than the production model. The main one of those is that the battery is a little lower capacity, and we'll talk about that once we dive into the battery. Now, as I mentioned, we got the full suspension here, which I think is awesome, and even though there's not a whole lot in the back with 30 millimeters, it makes a big difference in terms of ride comfort. And adding to that, we also have the fat tires, of course. These help out a lot in terms of comfort here. These are the Chaoyang Big Daddy tires. A little bit lower pressure range on these at 5 to 20 psi, where most fat tires are higher. They go 5 to 30. So that was interesting. Be aware of that. We've got a real aggressive tread on here that does awesome. It'll get you good traction in a variety of scenarios. Now, there are a couple downsides to these tires. One is there's no puncture protection included. You get some basic puncture protection. Fat tires are a bit thicker, have thicker knobs on them, and so that helps out. These particular tires are also pretty high thread count at 120 threads per inch, so that helps too, but that's all you get in terms of puncture protection. So if you live somewhere like me in Colorado, we've got all kinds of thorns. We call them goat heads, or some people call them sand spurs, that can really mess up your tires. I run most of my tires with slime just to prevent any kind of a flat in those situations. There's a lot of solutions out there, so you'll have to check those out. You also don't get any reflective sidewall striping on these tires, and actually not even any reflectors on the spokes, and so that's a bummer for me. That's a big safety thing. Most bicycle accidents happen with getting hit from the side, so definitely invest. You can pick up reflectors for your spokes, or even sidewall striping reflectors that you can just stick on there. I would definitely do that. Something else we talked about on these wheels, the rims are a little bit wider than normal at 80 millimeters, and we've got 12 gauge spokes, which is nice and thick. That gets you good stability and strength on these. And of course, the fat tires help out with the ride comfort as well. You can ride with the pressure down lower. I'm probably at about 10 or maybe 15 on these right now. That helps out with the comfort. Be aware that does also take away from your efficiency. So you can't go as far on the electric power when you have that lower pressure there. It does give you better traction. So if you're riding on sand or snow or something like that, that's what you're going to want to do. And kind of riding out the ride comfort side of things. So looking at the saddle here, this is a pretty basic saddle. No, not even the rubber bumpers on the bottom for it. It's reasonably soft, and for me, I thought it worked fine. We have the rear suspension down there, so that helps out a lot. If you're going to be riding for longer trips, you could definitely invest in a more comfortable saddle. And heck, you could even go all out and get a suspension seat post, and then you just have all kinds of suspension. I think that'd be a little bit overkill, but that's really up to you. And moving up to the cockpit here, we do have ergonomic locking grips here, stitched leather. These are nice. I like these. They're really comfy, especially if you are riding for a long time. And moving back up to the cockpit, I'm going to show you guys the display controls here. I'm going to stand so I'm shading the screen, so hopefully you'll be able to see. One of the things I haven't been super happy with on this screen is not very bright. In broad daylight, it's a little bit difficult to see. But you can see we got the control pad here, power button. The I or information is for changing the information shown on the screen. You've got a dedicated button for the lights, and then the up and down buttons here for changing your levels of pedal assist. So we're going to hold down the power button. Go ahead and fire that up. Get the Rattan logo. All right, here we go. So you get your battery readout in the top here, and that is a battery percentage. I love that. It's very precise. And then you've got your main dial here that shows your speed, motor wattage. You also get your current trip distance, and then your odometer here, and we can press the information button over here and then cycle through to see like our maximum miles per hour and our average miles per hour, trip timer, all of that good stuff. And you can also, of course, use those up and down buttons to change the pedal assist levels. You can go all the way down to 0, and when you're in 0, the throttle is not active. And then up to level 1, a little bit of assist. Throttle will help you out up to maybe 10 miles an hour. And you can go to level 2 for a bit more, and of course level 3 for full power. Now we do have the throttle right here. This is a trigger throttle that is on the left grip to get that tire spinning, and it's got quite a hefty amount of power to it, as you can see. And the brakes on this bike, they do have motor inhibitors. So if you squeeze those brakes, even if you're holding down the throttle, that will stop the activity. I love that because we are using a cadence sensor for sensing here. You can see it right down here. This is a sealed sensor, 12 magnet, which is becoming kind of standard now. Good resolution on it. I appreciate that this is sealed. That protects the magnets from getting bounced out, keeps dirt and stuff out of there. Awesome work on there. And moving it back up to the display, just to talk about a couple more things here. If you look at Rattan's website for this bike, then their pictures show a little bit different display. It's a monochrome one instead of being color like this. And I asked the representatives about this, and they said that they've got the two different models. They have the Pro version that's the monochrome display and is a little bit more basic. And then you have this one, the Plus, so it's got the color display, and then it's got some extra features, which we're going to talk about now when we talk about the motor, which has some regenerative features. So let's look at the motor here. This is a Reebok 500-watt motor. Reebok, not to be confused with Reebok shoes like I'm wearing here, but with the Reebok motor manufacturer, that's R-E-I-B-O-K. This is a gearless rear hub motor, which means there's just magnets in there. It's tire specific, a little bit wider, and being a gearless motor,
we go for a ride.
On the battery. So I've used 38% of the battery to go 19 miles for a range that Rattan quotes of 40 to 60 miles, depending on how much throttle you're using or not. And I've been pretty heavy on either high pedal assist or using the throttle with this. I definitely haven't been taking it easy on it. So I think it can definitely hit that target. And you've got to consider too, this prototype has a 48 volt 10.4 amp hour battery, but then the production model is 48 volt 11.6. So that pushes you from a little bit under 500 watt hours up to more like 556 watt hours. So with that capacity, I think you can definitely do some long range on this bike. And I appreciate that because this is, like I said, adventure all-terrain. So it'd be great to take on a camping trip, and you may not be able to charge it for a weekend while you're up there. So having that long range and some regeneration, I like that, but that's up to you guys. Love to hear what you think about that in the comments, by the way, so chime in there and let us know. Now, one thing that you get with having the gearless motor in the back as opposed to a geared hub motor is it's quite a bit quieter, and it's noticeable too compared to some of the other bikes I've ridden recently that had the geared rear hub motors. Definitely.
All right, let's roll.
I think we talked about just about everything here aside of what we're going to talk about on the ride test. So we're going to jump into that now, get it put back together, and I've got a new camera mount so that I can try some rougher terrain to show you guys how it handles there, and we can talk about that. So yeah, we'll catch up with you when we're on the bike. All right, guys, we got it put back together, so let's take it for a spin. Oh, yep, got to raise the seat back up. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and fire it up, and it's like I said, it is bright daylight out here. The display is not super bright, so do my best to try to position where you guys can see that, but we gotta work with what we can here. So starting out here, we're just gonna be in pedal assist level 1, and just take it for a little spin. if you guys will even be able to hear the motor kicking in back there. Because as I mentioned, being gearless, it is quite a bit quieter. And we're just in pedal assist level 1 right now. You know, we're not getting too crazy. And so that stops helping out at right around the 10 miles per hour range. And as you can see, nice upright seating position here with the handlebars at their lowest setting. I'm sitting upright and I feel like I have good reach here. And so I like that. I feel like the geometry on it works out pretty well for taller riders. All right, so let's check out some trails here. This is a fun little off-road area, not too intense. I'm still sitting down, not even standing up to get a bit more comfort. And that rear suspension, just doing awesome, feels very comfy. All right, we got a good spot here to a little bit more bumpy, steep hill. It goes through some mud and water. And so I'm not going to go too fast through there. Should have shifted down a little bit more. Oh. It was a little steeper than I expected, so I did have to stand up and lean into the pedals a bit there. I should have shifted down first. Being a hub motor like that, those are more peaky than torquey, so that uphill torque is not very impressive. You know, you're not going to be able to climb like you would on a proper mountain bike, of course. So I don't know if you guys will be able to see or not, since the screen's not very bright, but we're in pedal assist level 1 here, and I'm pushing pretty good. I'm pushing past the point where it assists, so down there for the motor wattage, it's shifted to red and is showing negative 15, which means that it's now capturing and recharging the battery. We bumped up back to 63% here. So I think that's cool to kind of see that in action. All right, we're gonna move up to level 2. Let's go up to level 3. All right, guys, we're gonna go back kind of on that same trail. I'm using just the throttle down, not pedal assist, just so you can kind of see the speeds we can get going to here. So you're a little slow to start, but then once it gets into it, this thing can really move.
He said something that caught my eye. He said if you or just cruise downhill, the battery, the motor sends power back to the battery. So that means that after going up the hills and coast down the hills, and the motor will give the battery some juice back. Good. Well, that's 6 years ago. And what did that say? Who? Hold on a second, man. Keep hearing the door. Look. That must be the door. Y'all know I got the scooter down there on the landing for the next time we go out. All right, this is an hour ago.
The search is on for whom ever shot and killed a local father and a 7-year-old believed to be his son at a family-friendly youth football game in Arlington. The gunshots captured on video.
There's somebody shooting.
Oh, well, it's an update, but we already saw this.
You can see football players hit the ground to avoid.
That's an update. We already saw that. Don't need playing it again. Ain't nothing else to look at. Let's check this out, y'all.
Investigation now underway this morning after an officer involved a shooting and a standoff in the Paramount Studios lot. Police say they were attempting to detain a possible sexual assault suspect near the lot around 10 o'clock last night when the suspect took out a knife. At one point, an officer fired shots and the suspect ran onto the lot and barricaded himself inside a building. After hours of negotiation, officers entered the building after midnight and took the suspect into custody. The suspect was taken to the hospital after sustaining injuries. No officers were hurt in this incident.
All right. Hey, Juice. All right, y'all. Open showtime. Anybody have any topic that's on their mind that they would like to discuss? Anybody? Anybody have anything on their mind they would like to discuss? Anybody want to share any of their thoughts on what we talked about today or anything else? Open show. Anybody got anything they want to talk about? Anybody? Hello? Alrighty. Nobody got no topics they want to talk about. Well, I feel like playing the game. I want to beat somebody up. Wait a minute. Then what happened today? All the news that I showed so far was from today. Hope I did that right. Button got stuck. Oh, Lord. The button got stuck for real? Are you serious? Look at this knife. How the hell the button get stuck? There it is. That was quick. Ain't come out too far, did it? Alright, let's try it again. Define. Up, down, left, right. Start. So we gotta do it again, huh? Feed the knife out then. Let's do it like that. It's crazy. Hit the fine. Up, down, left, right. Start. We got a sticky button here. Come on, man, do your job. Oh, it's not a big deal. All right, we won't use it then. We'll use another button. I don't use it. So at least if something went, it's something we don't use. Let's do it again for the third time. Up, down, left, right. Start. Something ain't right. Hold on a second. It is on wrong. Up, down, left, right. B, C, A. Start. 1, 2, and move. There you go. Now we got it. All right, ain't nobody said nothing, so no problem. Go in. All right. The controller ain't right. Hold on. What did I do wrong? Is it B, C, and N? Okay, controller. Up, down, left, right. B, C, A. Start. X. Down, down. Mode. Try now. All right. Pause there for a second. Got to set it up. Minimize that. Come to the OBS. Go to where is it? Okay. Unlock that and let's play some music. To the bathroom real quick, right back out. I'm sorry, y'all. Their music sucks. Let's try. I'd rather hear the game music than hear that music. So let's get it. To turn the music. We're not playing any music. You ain't talking to us. Is she? I think my neighbor said to turn the music down, but we're not playing any music. Alright, so can y'all see this on your screen? I'm gonna play the video game. I'm just gonna go to the arcade. I'm gonna rob the arcade, y'all. Yeah, we'll go ahead. So, go ahead. She got back up. Oh. You got you. This guy's slow. Put the bow on him. What, he hit me? What? Oh, I got hit again. Wait a minute. And I can't get my energy? Oh, you know I'm mad now. You got so damn slow. We just got beat up. He's just slow. I ain't got no energy. Oh, and got my stick back. Yeah, I'm way off of him. master that move. I can't master that move. He's so damn slow. I didn't mean to do that, but I did. Right there. Yeah, they see. Stop. Jump out of here. Get him out of here. We got all that power. Listen, what walk you trying to get to? I just want to rob the arcade, man. I'm done. I just watching TV. Now what? Now what? What's left? Turn my back to you. Wow, let him hit me. Good night. Stop. Put that bow on him. Hit him with that bow. Put that bow on him. Put that bow on him. Give me the engine. Give me that money. Get out the way. Good night. Good night. That's okay. I ain't mad. I want to look at my turkey. I want to look at my energy. That was phony, but I ain't gonna say nothing. Oh, broke that back. I broke that back. They said she had an attack and then we broke that back. Somebody called Jack. I broke that back. Trying to sneak me out right now. Trying to sneak somebody. Give me that money. We don't want that. That's our backup. In your face, punk. In your face, punk. Good night. Hey. Get you up out of there. Broke that back. Time to rob the arcade. Give me that money. Give me that gold. That's what I'm saying, boy. Give me that money. He's hiding in the corner. Good night. Good night. Neither one of them died, right? Oh, I stood in front of him like a dummy. Good job. Look at him. Oh. Oh. Alrighty. Alrighty, y'all. I went farther than I wanted to. I just wanted to beat the arcade and take all the money. I just wanted to take the money out the arcade. Did we lose everybody? Is anybody still here? Alrighty. Let me check my chat. Hey, we still got 10 people here. Well, we just lost one. I guess somebody was enjoying the video game. Somebody was enjoying the video game. Alright, y'all. My neighbors were telling somebody to turn the music down, but we didn't have any music on. So at the moment she said it, I don't know if she was talking to me or somebody else, but I'm listening. I don't hear any music. We had some music from the video game, but I put it on low. So, how long I've been on now? 4:46. They said, what hour mark are you trying to get to? Not go over 6 hours. If we go over 6 hours, then we can't edit the video. And we've been lucky so far. Let me look. Got any copyrights yet? Oh, we haven't got any copyrights yet. I'm hitting the button. Exit it. I hit the button to go there. What? I'm hitting the button. What? Sure. That's what's live right there. Alrighty. Well, we lost 2 people. So, what would y'all like to talk about? What would y'all like to discuss? Excuse me. I know why I'm coughing. I need to go to take a sleep. Oh, all right. What is a follower of Jesus? Remember our topic, how to be a good Christian. As I read the early chapters of the Gospel, I see Jesus speaking the same command to almost everyone he meets. Follow me. For decades, Christians have understood this to mean say a prayer of repentance and a commitment to Jesus, attend church regularly, and live a generally good life. There's a problem with this. Jesus never led someone through a sinner's prayer, followed by a command to attend church services. No, he said, follow me. What he meant was forsake all that you have put above and before me. Devote yourself to living life my way, according to my teachings and my example. Become my disciple. Let me show you a better way to live, free from the trappings of hypocritical living and dead religion. Follow me into a life of service and love of God and others. We see this through all four Gospels. Jesus sought to bring transformation into people's lives. He wanted them to live a life that was all about Him. A life that says, it's not me that's living my life now, Jesus. Being a follower of Jesus is to put Him at the center and make Him the supreme ruler of all that you are and all that you do. It is to allow Him to lead you by His Spirit out into the world as an agent of transformation in the lives of others. Jesus gave the keys to following Him to His disciples. They are found in Matthew 28:18-20. Jesus came and told the disciples, I have been given authority, all authority in heaven and on earth. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Teach these new disciples to obey all the commands I have given you, and be sure of this, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. All right, we teach that. Being a follower of Jesus means we recognize His authority in and over our lives. We allow Him to be Lord. We acknowledge His complete control and relinquish our delusion of control. We let Him lead us. We follow Him. He does not follow us. We make disciples. Notice that disciples are commanded to go and make disciples. Being a follower of Jesus means calling others to follow Jesus. We are His witness. Give the mission of sharing the gospel, showing the world what He is like. Disciplines mature and multiply. We get baptized. We align ourselves to Jesus publicly through the act of baptism. He asked His followers to baptize new followers. This was the ritual for new believers in the early church. They put their faith in Jesus and became His disciples. As we look at the Gospels, the act of the apostles, and the epistle writings, we cannot help but conclude that baptism was not an option. It was an expectation Jesus had upon those who would follow Him. Followers of Jesus are baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We must obey Jesus' command. The disciples were told to both teach and obey Jesus' commands. A follower of Jesus takes joy and great delight in obeying Jesus' teachings. It is essential to teach others to obey Jesus. We must first be obeying Him. Every follower of Jesus is by nature a leader. We are to lead others into obeying Jesus and surrendering to His way of life, which is the best and most fabulous way to live life. To lead others, we first must be doing. So we got to be doing it ourselves so that we can lead others. Jesus expects His followers to obey what He taught. It's not an add-on to our faith or for the overzealous. We need to apply the Bible to our lives in a way that honors Jesus and places Him at the center of our lives. Simply put, followers of Jesus obey Him. We go to the world. We share, oh Lord. Here it is. We share Jesus with a lost, broken, and hurting world. Throughout His life, Jesus took the gospel into public spaces. Today, we seem dedicated to keeping the gospel inside church buildings. But Jesus did the opposite. He shares God's good and practical love in markets, next to bathing pools, town centers, on mountaintops, at a watering hole, on the road, at meals, at parties, sitting in the temple courts, and more. Jesus expects us to take the gospel practically and verbally all the nations of the world. Are you seeking Jesus in order to hear where He wants you to serve Him? Is it in your own community long term? Is it abroad? Is it to move to another town, has little or no gospel influence or voice? We are to take the gospel where it is needed. We follow. Jesus' disciples saw His wisdom, insight, and direction. They went where Jesus took them, went where He told them to go. They trusted Him enough to submit to His discipline. They didn't always understand Him. They messed up, they learned, they grew, they walked and talked with Him. They preached the gospel after His ascension. They took Him out to the world. We are only 2 weeks in 2013. Why not start the new year by rereading the Gospels, what Jesus taught and how he lived. Then continue on in the New Testament by reading Acts to see how first disciples followed Jesus and stayed devoted to him and his teaching. Perhaps there's a need to go back to basics and consider our own commitment to Christ. Jesus is looking for disciples who follow him and make him the most important part of their lives, so that he is in control of every part. Jesus is in control of every part. It's not always easy. You can say it's a discipline at times, but it is also the adventure of your lifetime. You never know when I'm going to go back to the scripture. That's why when you leave the show, you might miss something good. The topic of the show is how to become a good Christian. I just told you how and what's expected of you. You got to let everything you know go. All the time. You got to make Jesus first in your life above anything else. Let him come in. He's working. You got to let go of what you know. See, we can't let go. Yeah, I want to follow Jesus, but I still want to go to the new. I want to follow Jesus, but I want to keep selling poison to. I want to follow Jesus, but I'm making so much money hustling. He doesn't approve of that, so it's kind of keeping me to him. Liz got a link for us. Answer that. Copy link address. We already covered this. We'll do it again. This is from Liz. Don't beat me up. This is from Liz. Hey, mute that commercial. Know it's coming. Commercial. Well, we did play it already, but it's still news. For some reason, we have a hard time with these CNN videos on the website. Come on, man. Yeah, we played this already.
People are tired. I have the biggest rallies I've ever had in way of COVID. I'm saying whatever. Just leave us alone. They're tired of it. People are tired of hearing Fauci and all these idiots. These people that have gotten it wrong. Fauci's a nice guy. For 500 years, he's a disaster. I mean, this guy's. If I listen to him, we have 500,000 deaths.
Okay, so there, I was reading the quote before, but now we have it in the president's words. He knew that this would get out, right? This comes on the tails of Dr. Fauci doing and raising just kind of normal concerns, but certainly the president feels it's negative for him.
Right. All right, that was from Liz. I know some of y'all are saying we already seen it before. She thought we should see it again. And it is important because it shows you once again when Donald Trump don't like what you do, he don't know you no more. He throw you under the bus. We not stupid. The president is talking about he blocked off the people from coming from China and they're coming into the United States. Okay. It started in China, right? But China didn't bring it here. The Europeans did, coming through New York and California. That's who brought the disease here. Him shutting off China didn't help us out none. Because if I look at China, China is, out of the countries in the world, China's down there at number 30. United States is number 1. It's more deaths in my state. It's more deaths in your state. It's more deaths in North Carolina, South Carolina. More deaths in Tennessee. More deaths in Mississippi. More deaths in Texas. More deaths in Georgia. More deaths in Arkansas. More deaths in Iowa. More deaths in Oklahoma. Do I need to keep going? More deaths in Washington State. It's more deaths in just one of our states than it is for the whole country of China. But that's where it started. So they got that stuff under control. So how did you stop them from coming in the country? They in danger coming here. Chinese people are in danger for coming over here. If I was Chinese people, I wouldn't come over here. Let me show y'all something. Y'all think I'm talking outside of my mouth. Let me show y'all something. Okay? United States is still number 1, but India is catching us. India is really having a time with this. Look at that, y'all. India is blown up. But let's look for China. Where's China at? Where's China at? Where's China at? Where's China? So, we number 1. China is 53. We are number 1 in the world. China is 53. Can y'all understand this? Make me understand. Where you at, Liz? Make me understand how blocking the Chinese saved thousands of lives. When he did block the Chinese only got 85,685 cases. My state of Maryland got 100 and something thousand. I think we had 120 something thousand. One of the smallest states in the Union. I said states. States. Our whole country. My state of Maryland has more cases than the country. North Carolina has more cases than the whole country of China. South Carolina has more cases. Tennessee has more cases. Atlanta has more cases. Arizona has more cases. Colorado has more cases. Texas, California, Louisiana, Mississippi. Do I need to keep going? Has more cases than China. So how did you stop Chinese from coming in? They got that stuff under control. 13 cases today. No deaths. They only lost 4,634 people. 4,634 people. So let's go to the stats for the United States. This is why I say that man talk out the side of his mouth, because his feelings is hurt. We got 8,448,102 cases of CV in the country. We got 225,174 deaths. So let's get that on down here. Who has less than China? North Carolina, China got 46, they got 39. Tennessee has 29. Arizona has more. So who else got left? Wisconsin got 1,600 deaths. Alabama, 2,789. Virginia, 3,457. South Carolina, 3,061. Michigan got 7,000. Missouri got 2,600. Indiana, 3,960 in deaths. Massachusetts, 9,700. My state of Maryland, 4,041. My state of Maryland has 136 cases. China only has 86. Okay? China only has 46. They got hit first. They only got 46,000 deaths. My little state of Maryland got 4,041. China has billions of people. China has billions. I don't even know if we got 2 million citizens. I know Baltimore got 600,000. Got 1 million residents. They got billions. Yet separated by 600. But look at all this yellow. Look at all the yellow. 1,817 cases in California. 11 people died. Texas has 2,881. 15 died. Florida has 1,707. 55 people died. New York, they came down. 892. They got 14 deaths. Illinois, 3,113. They lost 22. Georgia, I got Georgia on mine. Georgia, 715 cases. They lost 19. North Carolina, ain't nothing more finer to have a diner in North Carolina. They picked up 1,144. They lost 5. Tennessee, Tennessee, 3,317. They lost 13. Arizona, 748. They lost 3. New Jersey, 884. They lost 3. Pennsylvania, 1,637. Lost 8. Ohio, 1,836 new cases. They lost 8 also. Louisiana, 175,980. They only had 201 new cases. They lost 16. Wisconsin had 3,777 new cases. They lost 12. Wisconsin is going to overtake Louisiana by Wednesday or Thursday. Watch. Definitely before Friday. Alabama, 859 new cases. They lost 1. Virginia, 690. They lost 24. South Carolina, 619. They lost 11. Michigan, what up though? 2,096. They lost 16. Missouri, 1,179. They lost 2. Indiana, 1,584. They lost 23. Massachusetts, 828. They lost 16. Maryland, 497. They lost 4. Thank God I ain't one of them. Minnesota, 1,627. They lost 5. Mississippi, M-I, letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Mississippi, 586 cases, no deaths. Oklahoma 774, 2 deaths. Iowa 627, 9 deaths. No stats for Washington State. Arkansas 531, 10 deaths. Utah 1,168, 3 deaths. Nevada 582, 2 deaths. Kentucky 640, 9 deaths. Colorado 1,072, 4 deaths. Kansas 737, they lost 12. Connecticut 1,191, they lost 12. No stats for Nebraska. Idaho 698, they lost 3. Oregon 262, they lost 8. New Mexico 514, and they lost 1. South Dakota 567, no losses. North Dakota 659 new cases, 4 losses. No stats for Rhode Island. Montana 569, no deaths. Delaware 103 new cases, and they lost 1. West Virginia 212, no losses. District of Columbia 25, no losses. Hawaii 37, no losses. Alaska 202, no losses. New Hampshire 52, and they lost 1. Wyoming 286, no losses. Maine 23, no losses. Vermont 9, no losses. Puerto Rico 657, 2 losses. Guam 81, no losses. No stats for the Virgin or Mariana Islands. U.S. military 1,938 new cases, no deaths. Veteran Affairs 364 new cases, 9 deaths. Federal prisoners 108, and they lost 1. The Navajo Nation picked up 42, and they lost 1. So, hey, what happened? So your totals: 8,448,102 cases of the CV we know of. New cases today 50,001. Total deaths 225,174. We lost 400 people today in the United States. Anybody got the cojones to tell me that Trump did a good job with the virus? Yeah, Liz, I'm going to get out of here. I wanted to get them CV numbers in. Yeah, we had 5 hours. Anybody have any final comments? Before we get out of here, anybody have any final comments? Any comments, anybody? Any comments on our topics? Anyone? Well, alrighty, y'all. Thank you, Liz, for chatting. The other person that was here, I don't remember your name, but thank you. Juice something. Alrighty, y'all. I'll be back on, I don't know what time. I'm going to go ahead and cook. Actually, I've been snacking all day. I probably don't need to cook. I put the ration on and eat some sunflower seeds. Go ahead and pass out. Like I said, I might be on in the wee hours, or I might be on early in the morning. I don't know what time I'm going to wake up, because I've been up since. I told you this insomnia keep kicking in. But hopefully by me going to sleep, ain't going. Anyway, y'all have a great night. And as Naya will say, I'll see you soon. And as I say, I'll see you later on. Or whatever I wake up. Y'all have a great night. Either way, you got almost 12 hours of content out of me today. I appreciate y'all for watching. Y'all have a great evening. Be alright. Be alright.